between November and February than any other 4-month period. The holidays can be a time of stress, disrupted routines, and overindulgence. But this holiday season, you can do something so easy to manage your heart health at home. Between doctor's visits, even while traveling, KardioMobile 6L is a small medical-grade personal EKG device that records right to your phone. My dad has one. He loves it. It records 6 lead EKGs. That's more than any smartwatch. And it's FDA cleared to detect AFib, a leading cause of stroke. Now, you're probably thinking, who can afford that? The answer is you can. This device records more heart data than any smartwatch, but at a fraction of the cost. And now, for a limited time, you can get the KardioMobile 6L for its lowest price ever, just $99. There's no better gift for yourself or your loved ones this holiday season. And just for $99, there's no better time. Go to Kardia.com, that's Kardia.com, or Amazon, and order your KardioMobile 6L today. Sponsored by AliveCor.
Hello, everyone. It's your favorite president, Donald J. Trump, here to introduce something really special. You're going to love it. My new Trump watches. It's one of the best watches made. Wear it proudly on your wrist, and everyone will know what it's for, who it's for, what it represents. Get your Trump watch right now. Go to gettrumpwatches.com. It's Trump time.
That's right. President Trump has won the election, and now he's released his official Trump watches. Celebrate this historic victory with a Trump watch that stands for strength, leadership, and winning. But don't wait, because these limited edition watches won't be around for long. Go to gettrumpwatches.com now to get your Trump watch before they're gone. Don't miss your chance to own a piece of history. Go now to gettrumpwatches.com and get your watch today. This ad paid for by the Best Watches on Earth, LLC. See gettrumpwatches.com for details. Trump watches are not intended for investment purposes.
Go to GetTrumpWatches.com for our Black Friday sale going on now.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Standing at the edge of a rocky shore, you breathe in the cool, salty air, watching the sun disappear on the horizon. Across the globe, someone begins their day along a sandy beach, listening to the rhythm of the crashing waves. You each envision a world beneath the water, vibrant life in every imaginable form. Now, imagine it's all gone. What was once a place of wonder and beauty is now a dull, lifeless wasteland. Food, jobs, medicine, all gifts from the ocean, all gone. Time is running out to protect our oceans, and without our love, everything the oceans provide can and will disappear. It's our choice. Love it or lose it. Help protect our oceans. Visit World Wildlife Fund at wwf.org/love.
A promise is potent, born of intention, fueled by commitment. It's seeing things through, always showing up. And we know a thing or two about promises here at Susan G. Komen. Over 40 years ago, we locked arms with you toward one vision: a world without breast cancer. By investing in life-saving research and standing up for patient rights, we are shifting the system so all people everywhere get the care they deserve. Because if you've just been diagnosed and don't know where to turn, we've got you. If you can't afford the treatment you need, we've got you. And if you are driven to raise money to honor the best friend you've just lost, we have a place for you here. Because of you, we're supporting those who need help today while tirelessly searching for tomorrow's cures. Ending breast cancer needs all of us. Visit Komen.org and be a part of the Susan G. Komen community today.
Hey,
Hey, this is Jimmy Fallon in the house, and dig this, folks. This is not a drill. It's the real thing. You can now join me weeknights from 7 to 10 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT or anywhere on the free Odyssey app.
Kayal and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
I want Jason to reveal his politics. I want to know if him and his brother are Republican or Democrat.
Well, his brother is not.
Here's my theory. Once that relationship with Paytay ends, he now knows the NFL is totally fine with people doing the Trump dance. Once he ditches Taylor Swift, he's going to score a touchdown in a big game. He's going to do the Trump boogie in the end zone. We're going to see.
No.
He was just taking the check from Bud Light and Pharma.
You've watched too much wrestling from the 90s. He's not doing a heel turn.
Plot twist.
No.
Start your day with Kayal and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Christmas and New Year's coming up. Family and workplace gatherings. Visit your nearest Captain Chucky's. You'll be the head of the party when you bring the Bang Bang Crab Cake and Cheese Specialty Bread. This delicious item brought to you by Captain Chucky's and Marciano's Bakery of Philadelphia. Available at most Captain Chucky's locations. Remember the Smith Island Jumbo Lump Crab Cake and the Mega Colossal Lightly Breaded Scrumptious Crab Cake. Locations everywhere. Visit WeLoveCrabCakes.com. At the shore, visit CaptainChucky'sAtTheShore.com.
Get rid of those flimsy tablets and slow computers and get your team the game changer and point-of-sale solutions for restaurants, casinos, and bars, PDQ POS. Their state-of-the-art technology ensures that transactions are swift, secure, and hassle-free. PDQ Signature Systems is not just a POS system, it's a complete business management solution. Join the thousands of companies that have made the switch and upgraded to a customized POS solution from PDQ Signature Systems. Visit PDQPOS.com.
I received a call one time, and the man said, "You probably won't call me back because I'm just a nobody." I immediately called him back. Nobody's a nobody.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. I always wanted to be the lawyer who represented the little guy, the voiceless, the powerless.
I was rear-ended by a car probably doing about 50 or 55 miles an hour. My car caught on fire. I'm a paraplegic, so I couldn't get out of the car. They were struggling to get me out of the vehicle. After the accident, I gave Morgan & Morgan a call, and they understood what I was going through, and they were there to help me each step of the way. It made me feel that I had people behind my back to help me and resolve the case.
I represented him, and we did well because we get the chance to help people put their lives back together and to go on as best they can after a life-altering day. There's only one you, there's only one Morgan & Morgan. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
What I know about courage, I learned from my adoptive mom. She said sometimes you just gotta hold on and know we'll get through this. Mom, we are so high up. Hold my hand.
No, you hold my hand.
Here we go.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to find out more.
I learned patience from my adoptive dad. All he had to say was,
"Hey, you got this. Just breathe." Hey, we're pretty good.
Yeah.
Might have to start a band.
I got it.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to find out more. This message is brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
Look through your children's eyes, and you'll see the true magic of a forest. It's a storybook world for them. You look and see a tree. They see the wrinkled face of a wizard with arms outstretched to the sky. They see treasure in pebbles. They see a windy path that could lead to adventure. When they discover the forest, their imagination is inspired by the smell of pine, the crunch of leaves beneath their feet, the sound of birds calling out for attention. And they see you, their fearless guide through this fascinating forest world. You are the hero in this book. This is a memory being made. This is what they will laugh about years from now. These are the roots, grounding and nourishing them.
Find a forest near you and start exploring at discovertheforest.org. Then look through your children's eyes and discover the magic all around you. That's discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the United States Forest Service and the Ad Council.
Whoa, long time no see. It's me, the Rock t-shirt in the back of your closet.
remember? You crowd surfed in me, man. But you haven't worn me in like forever. I get it, you're retired, but I still got some rock left in me. So take me to Goodwill, where I can really make a difference.
Your donations to Goodwill create jobs, training programs, and education assistance for people in your community. To find your nearest donation center, go to goodwill.org. Donate stuff. Create jobs. A message from Goodwill and the Ad Council.
Hey, Paoli, we know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
I'm Maria Bartiromo, and this is the Fox Business Report.
A November to remember for stocks. The Dow and S&P 500 had their biggest monthly percentage gain in a year. The Nasdaq saw its largest percentage jump since May. Automaker Stellantis looking for a new CEO. Former boss Carlos Tavares stepped down Sunday after 4 years as the company struggles with slumping sales. So you survived Black Friday shopping. Now, what may be ahead for today, Cyber Monday? Eric Metisoff of Adobe Analytics and Data Science.
We're expecting a $13.2 billion worth of online sales, which is a 6.1% year-over-year increase, making it the biggest shopping day of the year.
The National Retail Federation projects Americans will spend nearly $1 trillion on holiday shopping during November and December. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Jill Nato, invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
Today is Cyber Monday, when Americans will spend billions of dollars shopping online, which means a lot of packages will soon be in the mail, and some of them will probably be stolen.
Yonkers Police Department, dispatcher 19.
I just saw somebody on my Ring camera steal 2 packages.
That homeowner, who wasn't home at the time, was able to give police a description from his doorbell camera alert, and the thief was spotted and caught after a brief chase. But it's not always that easy, and getting a refund for a stolen package can also be tricky, depending on the retailer and the payment method. A CNET survey finds about 1 in 5 U.S. adults know someone who's had a package stolen.
For the holiday season ahead, it is a big, big deal.
Daisha Milden is a CNET money editor.
So the estimated mean value of packages that will be delivered to an individual's home or either someone else's address is coming out to be about $291 per U.S. adult. And when we add all of that up based on our survey respondents, that is about $76 billion that could be at risk of porch pirates and being stolen. So definitely something that we should be making a plan for right now.
And we already know how many Americans have fallen prey to porch pirates, right? Based on even last year's figures.
Yes, and we are even seeing that this year with people taking plans. It's right now it's 71% of U.S. adults that are making a plan to hopefully prevent package theft, and that's up 3% from last year. So people are being a lot more mindful and vigilant, even if it's only by a tiny bit. It's definitely on people's minds this year.
It's funny, though, that it's just a 3% increase in the amount of people who are planning to try to take action to prevent theft, right? When millions of people have already had an issue with this. I think it was nearly 1 in 6 who've had a package stolen in the past year. Are home cameras not enough of a deterrent at this point, or are not enough people using things like doorbell cameras, to cut down on package theft?
Right. So to chime in there, our security expert at CNET did point out that if you've had let's say a recent package theft in your area, it is worth taking an extra step beyond your doorbell camera. Maybe this is a good time to get a lockable package delivery box, even seeing about the in-garage delivery service that you can control from your phone. So while, yes, a doorbell camera can be helpful, especially when filing a police report if your package is stolen, it doesn't hurt to take that extra step beyond just having a camera.
What else should people know, too, about the limits of doorbell cameras? Because, for instance, when something is stolen, how much they can help may depend on which security plan you have, right?
So there are a number of things to consider when looking at a doorbell camera or even outdoor security cameras altogether. And I'll run through just a few features worth keeping in mind is that number one, package detection. So while many doorbell cameras and outdoor cameras in general detect people and pets, you want to make sure that the camera that you choose actually detects packages. That way you can see when it arrives, but also you can get a notification that it has moved. The other piece of this that we want to keep in mind is the package within range of the motion detection within the camera? So if you can see it, but not quite, your camera can't detect it, then that is something else that you'll want to consider. Regardless of what you choose in terms of your doorbell camera or even an outdoor camera system altogether, the biggest piece of this is that you want to make sure that you have a recording or footage that you can play back and give to law enforcement. So I know that sometimes that comes with an additional cost, especially if you want to save video. But if you want to make sure that you can have that footage to actually turn over to law enforcement or to even share with your neighbors so they can be more vigilant, it might be worth considering a video storage plan with your provider that you have the doorbell camera with.
And yes, sometimes there's a limit on how much video storage too, right? Whether it's 24 hours or whether it goes beyond that can be a factor to consider.
Yes, it depends on the security provider for sure.
What are some other ways that people can help protect their package delivery? We talked about maybe having a lockbox situation. Is that something that can also be remote controlled? Because obviously, depending on the delivery company or the retailer that's making a delivery to you, you're not going to have that driver with a key, for instance.
Yeah, so a package lockbox, I would think of it as something that's a box that's about the size of a trash can that the carrier can put the package in, but that it's not easy to get out. So when you get home, you'll have to have the key or the code in order to get that package out. So another option that people are using, and that one costs a couple of $100s, between $200 and $500. Another option that people are using is, for example, the Amazon service that allows for you to actually open your garage using smart tech and have the carrier put the package in there, and then you close your garage. So those are options that people are taking advantage of. I will say that obviously one comes with a little bit more like technology enhancements than the other, but there's something that we should all just remember here, that we have two other options that are just as helpful. Number one, having your item shipped to the store or to your carrier for you to be able to just pick it up. It's not as convenient, but it does keep your package safe. Number two, if you're comfortable, you can definitely ask your neighbors to pick up your package. I happen to do that myself, and it works out pretty well.
And I guess another option would be maybe using the back porch instead of the front porch if you're in a situation where you have a front and a back, right, to the residence. That could be another option. What happens with the retailer when something is stolen? For example, does Amazon treat these situations, differently than other companies?
It really depends on the retailer. The one thing I can say, regardless of where you get your whatever your holiday package or your upcoming package is, the number one thing I can say is make sure that you are purchasing the item with a credit card that has purchase protection. And that the purchase protection benefit will make sure that if your package is lost, damaged, or stolen, that they'll do their best to get you either a replacement or your refund. And that goes to your credit card issuer. So that's one thing that I highly recommend, especially going into the holidays. It definitely can be something that even you can take a moment and call your issuer and ask if that's available, ask if there's another card that is available that maybe you can look into. Retailers, it will vary. It may also depend on the item itself. For example, technology versus, a toy for my toddler. So it really depends on the retailer. So all around, the best bet is purchase protection using a credit card or debit card that has that.
Interesting, because otherwise you're not necessarily guaranteed to have an easy time being, reimbursed because the item was stolen. They might not just take your word for it, in other words.
Correct.
A lot of people travel over the holiday season, obviously. I'm guessing this leaves purchases even more vulnerable because sometimes a package will show up when you're not there. Did you find in the CNET survey that a lot of people are planning to be away from home for longer than 24 hours?
So when we did our survey, we actually found that most people plan to be away from home anywhere from 3 hours up to 3 days this holiday season. And while that can seem like a good window of time, and it will vary, that is a prime opportunity for porch pirates that are maybe eyeing your house or maybe see that the package is there. It's only a matter of time if you don't have a plan. So definitely, if you know you're going to be home, or you know you're going to be away from home, or you know that maybe you have a little bit longer of a commute or an evening event, definitely making sure that you make a plan, because that is a window of opportunity.
Is this something that's really a year-round problem now? Do, quote unquote, porch pirates have peak times of the year when they target people, or is it really all the time, anytime?
While we're unsure if there are peak times during the year, our security experts did point out that porch package theft is becoming a bigger issue, and it is something that's a lot more pressing. So people should be vigilant regardless of the time of year, but especially this time of year, just because of the holiday sales and more people may be dropping off packages and even shipping packages when you think about gifts. Definitely now is the time to be a lot more alert. But anytime that you have a package coming, even if it's January, just making sure that you're mindful.
What's kind of your number one tip, the bottom line, for someone who's worried about this issue and maybe doesn't have a plan yet? What should their starting point be?
Oh my, the number one tip I would say is making sure before you even click buy that you understand your options to protect your package if you don't plan to be home. See if there is a ship to store option. Go ahead and call your carrier if you know that UPS is going to be handling that package, calling them in advance to see what options they have available, and they actually do have a free service. So before you even click buy, come up with a plan, even reach out to your neighbor. That way you will have a little bit more peace of mind, and hopefully it can protect your package so you don't have to go through the hustle and bustle in the event that it is stolen.
And then I guess maybe for people who think they have a plan, for instance, doorbell cameras, maybe review the fine print and the details of exactly how your system is set up, and whether or not you're as protected as you think you are, or whether you'll have as much information as you think you will if something is stolen.
Absolutely. And I have a doorbell camera as we speak that has all the bells and whistles that we talked about. And even I have a second layer of protection, which is I reach out to my next door neighbor and they grab that package for me. So definitely, even if you have a doorbell camera, now's a really good time to maybe take it a step further and see if you can, like you said, read the fine print. But number two, see if you can come up with another plan just in case.
CNET Money editor Daisha Milden, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for having me.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Did you know that more strokes occur between November and February than any other 4-month period? The holidays can be a time of stress, disrupted routines, and overindulgence. But this holiday season, you can do something so easy to manage your heart health at home. Between doctor's visits, even while traveling. KardioMobile 6L is a small medical-grade personal EKG device that records right to your phone. My dad has one. He loves it. It records 6 lead EKGs. That's more than any smartwatch. And it's FDA cleared to detect AFib, a leading cause of stroke. Now, you're probably thinking, who can afford that? The answer is you can. This device records more heart data than any smartwatch, but at a fraction of the cost. And now, for a limited time, you can get the KardioMobile 6L for its lowest price ever, just $99. There's no better gift for yourself or your loved ones this holiday season. And just for $99, there's no better time. Go to Kardia.com, that's KARDIA.com, or Amazon, and order your KardioMobile 6L today. Sponsored by AliveCor.
Hello, everyone. This is your favorite president, Donald J. Trump, with some very exciting news. Remember, my gold sneakers, they went like crazy. Everybody's talking about them. They're still talking about them. People went wild for them, and that's good. They sold out in a matter of hours. So get my new Trump sneakers and don't miss out.
Hey everyone, yes, you heard that right. President Donald J. Trump has released a limited number of gold low-top sneakers. These Trump sneakers won't last long. Don't miss out like last time. Don't get shut out. Go to gettrumpsneakers.com to get your gold Trump sneakers. That's gettrumpsneakers.com. See gettrumpsneakers.com for details. That's gettrumpsneakers.com. It's an easy URL to remember. That's gettrumpsneakers.com.
Go to gettrumpsneakers.com for our Black Friday sale going on now.
Paid for by 45 Footwear, LLC.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. Let me tell you about my buddy, Dr. Mike Veneria, the dental implant master. Implant dentistry is an art form, and as one of South Jersey's top implant dentists, Dr. Mike gives you the self-confidence boost you deserve. Schedule your free implant consultation today. Dr. Veneria's office exceeds CDC guidelines and has always maintained the strictest infection control with centralized UV sterilization of airflow to ensure your safety. Locations right over the bridge in Cinnaminson and Woodbury, 856-786-2020 or veneriadental.com.
At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212. Steel holiday savings are here. Find the perfect gift at your local Steel dealer or shop the Steel Holiday Gift Guide at steelusa.com.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
Fox News, I'm Sue Guzman. President Biden pardoning his son Hunter despite previous promises he would not.
The White House's refrain and constant drumbeat is that the president won't use his clemency powers to commute Hunter's sentence or pardon him, and the president making it clear also consistently that he will respect the independence of the Justice Department.
Fox's Madeline Rivera, the president says Hunter was singled out, unfairly prosecuted only because he was his son. President-elect Trump criticized President Biden, calling it a miscarriage of justice. IDF says U.S. Israeli hostage Omer Maxim Neutra is dead. Israeli Defense Forces saying it is evidence that the 21-year-old Neutra was killed by Hamas during the October 7th attack in a battle with terrorists, and his body taken into Gaza. America's listening to Fox News.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
The 13th Sunday of the NFL season featured a matchup of two teams in the Super Bowl conversation, with the Philadelphia Eagles visiting the Baltimore Ravens. And for the sixth time in the last 7 games, it was Eagles running back Saquon Barkley rushing for over 100 yards as the Eagles came away with a 5-point win. In college football, West Virginia, Purdue, and Florida International University all fired their head coaches. Meanwhile, Temple hires Sam Houston State's Casey Keeler, the only coach ever to win national championships at the second highest level of college football, with 2 different schools doing it both there and at Delaware. That's your sports on the Fox News Rundown. Greg Thompson, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
Lane Kiffin was more worried about not losing the SEC championship game
than winning on the road against Florida. Now, I don't want to fault him from this point. He's answering a question at a press conference. I love the fact that he'll actually put his name behind it. He's referencing other coaches that he's talked to about the fact that they are also worried about going to Atlanta and losing and what that might do to their hopes of being in the college football playoff, potentially hosting a college football playoff game in round one, which is massive for the campus, the money raised, and all that for your university and your program. But to publicly say, maybe you don't want to play in the SEC title game. A coach saying you don't want to win the SEC title for a coach that hasn't done that in the top conference. Go win at Florida and take care of business. Don't worry, though. You're not going to have to play in the SEC championship game.
From Outkick.com, I'm Jonathan Hutton for the Fox News Rundown.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Disney riding high on its box office success of Moana 2 over the weekend. Moana 2 broke the record for the highest grossing Thanksgiving weekend, $221 million in ticket sales in the U.S. and Canada. The success driven by a multicultural audience, and roughly 2/3 of the moviegoers were female. Adobe crunching the spending numbers and predicts as we wrap up the holidays with Cyber Monday, we'll likely see cyber sales today advance more than 6% to more than $13 billion. Many of us, about 52%, are using smartphones to make those online purchases. The monthly jobs report comes out Friday. It could provide some insight into whether the Fed will cut interest rates again after its meeting wraps up December 18th. And it'll be years before it's fully operational, but Meta, Facebook's parent, reportedly planning to build a 40,000-kilometer fiber optic subsea cable around the world. TechCrunch says a project could total more than $10 billion. Denise Pellegrini, Bloomberg Radio.
Trump's victory doesn't mean our financial worries are over. Far from it. Hi, Dr. Ron Paul here. For the past few decades, I believe our nation's economic foundation has crumbled, all due to Washington's addiction to spending and currency manipulation. These problems won't vanish overnight, and that's why I've supported gold IRAs for years. These accounts let you hold tax-advantaged gold with no penalties or taxes when you transfer your IRA or your 401k. Birch Gold Group is the leader in gold IRAs. They understand true wealth preservation means breaking free from the system. To learn more, get a free info kit on gold IRAs by texting the word HEDGE to 989898. That's HEDGE to the number 989898. Don't wait for America's economic crisis to get worse. Secure your savings with gold today. Text HEDGE to 989898 now for your free info kit on gold IRAs from Birch Gold.
Message and data rates may apply.
Attention! Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-580-7766. 800-580-7766. That's 800-580-7766.
Imagine a world where animals and humans coexist in harmony, where wild animals thrive, habitats are protected, and marginalized communities are empowered. At International Animal Rescue, this is our vision. Our holistic, community-led projects not only rescue animals, but also protect and replenish precious habitats, creating a better future for us all. But we can't do this without you. Show your support now and help keep the wild, wild. Visit internationalanimalrescue.org.
Do you know a veteran in need? Nation's Finest, through the VA's Supportive Services for Veteran Families program, helps veterans and their families struggling with rent, employment, and other housing-related costs. Today, Nation's Finest operates more than 30 locations in California, Arizona, and Nevada, helping thousands of veterans every year. Visit nationsfinest.org or call 1-833-468-9676. That's 1-833-468-9676.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away, so the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
My dad, Len, always says, the minute you get in a car, everyone, front and back, should buckle up.
And my son Jordan always says, the minute you get in a car accident, first seek medical attention and then call us. This is Len Lundy.
And I'm Jordan Lundy of Lundy Law. My dad and I hope you never meet us because of an accident. But if you do, we're here for you.
Remember our name, Lundy Law, your injury lawyer.
Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit LundyLaw.com.
Right now, someone you know is hungry. Right now, a friend needs help with their special needs child. I'm Ernie Russ, I'm board president of Philadelphia's Catholic Charities Appeal. Please help us give hope to those in need. Donate at CatholicCharitiesAppeal.org. Thank you.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause. Brought to you by the Labor and Energy Alliance this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that will affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
It's that time of year again. Bucks County Estate Traders' annual Black Friday sale. Everything store-wide is 20 to 50% off through December 2nd. Bucks County Estate Traders has the finest quality furniture and accessories, and it's all 20 to 50% off. Is your dining room ready for guests? Bucks County Estate Traders has dining chairs that fit every gathering. And check out their dining tables, servers, and china cabinets. It's the Black Friday sale at Bucks County Estate Traders. Visit them in Hatfield and at buckscountyestatetraders.com.
There's no need to wait. The time is always right at Colonial Hyundai. Hi, it's John Ashdale, the Cars Are. Today's the best day to buy a new car at Colonial. We have over 200 vehicles in stock. New Palisades, Konas, Tucsons, and the exciting EVs that have taken the world by storm, the Ioniq 5 and 6. We understand that everyone's needs, budgets, and challenges are different. But here at Colonial, we take the stress out of buying a new car. Big incentives, like $6,500 for your trade, guaranteed, no matter the condition. The best financing in the business, no matter your credit, with rates as low as 0%. Plus, we streamline the buying process so you can be in and out of our dealership in no time without any unnecessary hassle or waiting. So why wait? Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com or visit us on Lincoln Highway in Downingtown. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
0% financing applies on select 2024 new Hyundai models. $6,500 for your trade, not available on EVs. Offers cannot be combined. See dealer for more details.
The holiday season is in full swing, and the showcases at Family and Company Jewelers are stocked and ready to go. Do yourself a favor and get to their showroom on Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey. Planning to pop the question this year? How about you stuff her stocking with a diamond engagement ring? Or if you just want a little extra action under the mistletoe, you can't go wrong with a pair of diamond stud earrings. Check off your whole list with one stop to Family and Company Jewelers, South Jersey's holiday diamond destination.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
The vice president was thinking about going on.
Have you ruled out a pardon for your son?
Yes, and I am satisfied that I'm not going to do anything. I said I abide by the jury decision. I will do that, and I will not pardon him.
The president would not pardon or commute sentences for his son, Hunter. I just want to make sure that that is not going to change over the next 6 months. The president's saying he would not.
It's still a no. It's still a no.
It will always be a no.
It's still a no. It will be a no. It is a no, and I don't have anything else to add. Will he pardon his son? No.
Let me go back to the first question of the briefing. I know you said not a lot's changed since yesterday and that it's a personal matter, but from a presidential perspective, is there any possibility that the president would end up pardoning his son?
No. I just said no. I just answered. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh, and with that said, nobody is above the law, and away we go. Live on this Cyber Monday, December 2nd. Yes, indeed, it is Kayal and Company right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey app and, of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. 855-839-1210, the phone number on social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Dawn Stenslin with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Almquist and Jimmy Kelly, our associate producers. Hopefully all of you had a great Thanksgiving holiday weekend. Dawn, good morning. How was your Thanksgiving break?
Good morning. Good happy Monday. Yeah, Cyber Monday.
Yeah.
We're shopping and trying to pretend like we look busy at work.
Checking apps,
Yeah.
downloading things, making purchases. They got you. Gregory?
Hunter Biden, Kash Patel. There's a lot happening. But I have to ask you this. How did you do college football weekend?
I nailed it.
I mean, this was...
Slaughtered it.
It was a
great
huge
weekend.
It was a huge weekend for you, right?
So many great games.
Lots of upsets.
Upsets, food, football, money being made, family, friends, Eagles. My God, what a game that was yesterday.
Saturday, unranked Michigan defeated number 2 Ohio State. We have all the drama that ensued after the game.
The flag planting.
The flag planting.
The pepper
and
spray.
The may or may not have been macing.
Oh, my God.
And by the way, Penn State destroyed Zioli's Terrapins. So the Big Ten championship against Oregon will be this Saturday on WPHT at 8 p.m.
How about that?
Yep.
James Franklin with a chance to win a Big Ten championship.
Yep.
But he'll lose because they're playing a good team, and that's what he does. But we'll talk about that later in the week. We got a great big take today, a tale of two Thanksgivings. Yes, Hunter Biden pardoned, that coming down in the evening hours last night. I think that was during the Eagles game, so we will certainly talk about that. Cable news, is it finished? Well, interesting story and some receipts to show that it is just god-awful these days. We'll talk about that. And did you know that Google is for old people?
Yeah.
Hello, DuckDuckGo.
Yeah.
As we've
For
been
the young.
telling you.
For the young.
DuckDuckGo is for the young.
Quack, quack.
There you go. Cut sheet absolutely loaded today. And also, the Washington Post with a civics test.
Uh-oh.
For 8th graders.
Yep.
I took it at 5:33 this morning.
Okay.
With barely any coffee in the system.
Uh-oh.
We're going to actually give those results a little bit later and also give you an opportunity to answer some of these questions.
Uh-oh.
To win our typical morning mystery movie clip prize around 9:20.
Are you smarter than an 8th grader?
With
We're gonna play it.
civics.
We're gonna play at 9:20 this morning. Wow.
Yeah.
I like it.
Yes.
I don't know if I'm smarter than an 8th grader.
I'll tell you right now, I got 7 out of 10.
Oof.
Which 27 years removed.
70. That's a 70, bro.
That's a D.
That's a C. 7.
No, she's going by new math. This is new.
Oh,
I mean,
it
when
is?
when we were in school, a 70 was a C minus.
Oh, yes.
A 70 is a D now. I think.
Man, my parents were ecstatic with 70s. Atta boy, Nikki. Here's $5. Keep up the great work. Thanks, Dad.
Wow. So can you beat a 70?
That's right.
Man.
Can you beat Kayal when it comes to 6? We'll see.
9:20 this morning.
That's
Make sure
right.
you're here.
It'll be fun.
And we have a prize for her.
That's correct.
If you win, we have a
Yes.
prize for you.
So Jimmy Kelly, don't worry about the movie because we will give away the prize based on whose 8th grade civics knowledge.
Smarter than an 8th grader.
That's right. All right. And by the way, you're both going to take it. You're both. If I have to take it, you guys have to take it.
Oh boy.
You guys are going to. I'm going to give you guys questions on the air.
I'm fine.
Multiple choice, by the way.
All right.
All right. Let's
Always
get.
pick C.
Yeah, you know, that's what I did on the SATs. I did that on the SATs. Explains why I got about a 940 after multiple attempts. All right, but 6:06 live on this Monday morning. Let's go to Dawn Stenslin for round number 1 of the news.
And good morning this Monday morning, December 1st, 26 degrees. Woo, winter coat day in Philadelphia. We are sponsored by Joseph Anthony Retreat Spa and Salon this morning. A 16-year-old boy reported in stable condition this morning after he was shot multiple times, we're told by police, in North Philadelphia. So police were called, multiple 911 calls, and police responded to that shooting. They found the victim, teen victim, on the 1900 block of Cecil B. Moore Ave, and that was last night about 7:30 last evening with gunshot wounds to his back as well as his stomach. He was rushed to Temple University Hospital, and he is in critical condition, but they have stabilized his condition. We have no arrests. It's the usual story. We have no arrests. We have no weapon recovered, and we have no suspects. So an accused, attempted, violent, dangerous individual out there. So police asking to contact the Shooting Investigation Group. Have you heard of that?
No.
The Shooting Investigation Group.
Is that a creation of Doge? The SIG, the SIG?
I don't think so.
The Shooting Investigation
The
Group.
Shooting Investigation Group.
I wouldn't want to head that group up. Very few details you're given.
Yeah, so too often we start on especially a Monday morning from weekend shootings, and they often involve these young teens. We have 2 people in custody after police broke up at least 2 illegal car meetups, one in Philadelphia's Somerton section. I know there was another one in Kensington as well, but the one last night near Sandmeyer Lane and Red Lion Road, and this happened last night about 11 o'clock, so that investigation took police overnight. Investigators say they were actually tipped off because they were monitoring social media as some of those people involved in the stunt show were live streaming on TikTok.
Streaming.
So police now, I guess they need a TikTok investigation task force group.
They do.
For police, right? But they're
Yeah.
watching it.
Yeah, they need a social media SIG.
So officers arriving, they found the cars doing donuts, racing down the street. Police stepping up efforts to crack down on these kinds of incidents, as we've been telling you. Nobody was hurt this time around, but they did. They still are looking for some suspects. They were also giving others some tickets. We have a big fare increase that is taking effect this morning in Philadelphia. This is SEPTA. I know that we had talked about this and we had reported on this, that they voted this into this fare hike, 7.5% fare hike. The board approving that Thursday, November 21st, but it takes effect actually today. So what does that mean? Base fares hike up to $2.50. It actually started yesterday, but for a lot of people didn't work or didn't realize this. Subway and trolleys, that hike is 50 cents, as SEPTA still faces a $240 million budget deficit.
Wow. Okay, so 7% across the board.
7.5%
7.5%.
fee hike. It's the first time we've had a fee hike since 2017. So part of this is that a lot of the COVID money now has dried up.
Mm-hmm.
And we're probably going to see that a lot, in government agencies and municipalities, not just at the city level, the county level, the states, because the COVID money has dried up.
Well, and they also might be hurting as far as maybe this is another justification for the price hike. With people working remotely post-COVID and still being allowed to work remotely in some aspects, their bottom line's probably diminished a little bit.
You're exactly right, Nick. And then remember that the largest group of people who use SEPTA are Philadelphia middle schoolers and high schoolers, because they don't have the yellow school buses.
Mm-hmm.
And so we've had a huge decrease as many people, and going back, obviously going back since COVID, just moved out of the city.
Do the school kids have to pay to take SEPTA, or is that free?
No, but it's they get tokens, or they get in other words,
that's right.
They get compensated for it.
Yep.
But that money comes out of, federal and state grants, that sort of thing.
Sure.
And so that's money that they just don't have for tens of thousands of school children that we've lost as people moved out.
Right.
Speaking of travel, today is expected to be the busiest travel home day. So it's not only Cyber Monday, but a lot of schools are even off today.
Yeah, for the first day of hunting season, right?
Yeah, people are hunting. And we're not talking about Hunter.
People are traveling today, not yesterday?
Today.
People come home today.
Yeah, people come home today. So
interesting.
PHL, 95 to 100,000 travelers expected.
I mean, it's not like PHL didn't have its issues over the weekend.
2 different power outages.
Can you imagine?
Oh my goodness!
I mean, it didn't completely cancel flights, but it delayed them. Is what I heard on the.
Can you imagine being stuck in there with no power on holiday, come home travel?
Long lines.
My God.
So the lights were out. How does that work? Do they have the lights on the runway if your plane is landing?
Can you imagine?
They have guys with flares out there. So
let's bring this bad boy in.
So not happy campers. It's Saturday and then Sunday. Mostly Terminal D, right?
Yeah.
Losing power.
Yep.
So we have that going on. Obviously, Nick's going to take on the Hunter Biden pardoning. So my line was, President Biden pardoned the 2 turkeys and then Hunter.
Nobody, Dawn, is above the law. Never forget that.
Right.
Nobody is above the law.
And yes, it is Cyber Monday. I know we'll talk about that one moving through. And then, not for nothing, but the Philadelphia Eagles, there were some who thought that it was going to be a tough game.
They should, they should actually thank Justin Tucker for missing three field goal kicks.
I feel for him.
Yeah, two field goal kicks and 1 extra point.
That's right. He's shot. He's more washed up than Joe.
The worst.
And I mean, he's a good kicker too.
Yeah.
So
that was a really, but you know what?
It's a brisk win.
That is because you look at their winning streak and they've beaten up a lot of bad teams, mediocre teams. Baltimore, a lot of people think can get to the Super Bowl. Like they're right there with Kansas City and Buffalo. After that first quarter, I mean, they throttled Baltimore.
Yeah.
That was a really good team win for them yesterday.
Yeah.
24-19 winning over the Ravens, and the Philadelphia Eagles 10-2 on an 8-game winning streak.
Oh my goodness.
And then at the end, the thing about the end of the game, they showed the look ahead to the final 5 weeks, and I think it looks good for us, right? We're gonna Panthers, Steelers, Commanders, Cowboys, and Giants.
Pittsburgh is good.
Pittsburgh and Washington.
Commanders had a amazing win. I mean, they throttled Tennessee yesterday. But.
Yeah, they did. Yeah, and then you got the Giants and the Cowboys. Yeah, I mean, the Eagles are going to end up like probably 14-3,
which is awesome.
Which is amazing because when they were 2-2, we're like, fire Sirianni, he's a bum. They overpaid Jalen Hurts.
But that first quarter, though, they looked
were
abysmal.
Awful. They look awful every first quarter.
Yeah, it's true.
What is that?
They haven't scored a touchdown on the opening drive all year.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's terrible.
Saquon Barkley, though.
Yeah.
Hurts put Barkley to his left. Slot to the far side. A.J. Brown to the near side. Hurts, this time, to Barkley. Off the right side. Breaks a tackle. He's at the 15, the 10, the 5. Touchdown! Saquon Barkley! He's broken. 25 yards.
This is a really good job of blocking up front. They move the left side to the right side. That's Jordan Mailata. He pulls, and he gets a huge block. Saquon bounces outside of him. Then he gets to the second level, and he just runs through a would-be tackle.
So good. It was so weird yesterday because they weren't even on the field in the third quarter. Baltimore had the ball the whole third quarter and still couldn't score a point. I was like, the Eagles offense has got to bail out the Eagles defense. The Eagles defense is playing about as well as they could possibly play. Score a touchdown already.
Goose.
By the way, between the way Saquon's playing and Xavier McKinney, how do you think the Giants are feeling?
Yeah.
And now Daniel Jones.
Yeah.
Siding with Minnesota.
How'd the Giants look on Thanksgiving? How'd that go?
I feel
for
my
them.
condolences.
Yeah.
They should fire everybody.
They should. They should do what the Bears did.
Yeah.
Bears fired their coach right after Thanksgiving for that debacle.
Who gets fired first, Chris Ray or Giants management?
He has a 10-year deal, and he's only in year 3. Man.
Who's that?
So
Chris Ray.
No, he has 3 years left, right?
Oh.
He has 3 years left because Trump actually appointed him.
Yes.
Yeah. FBI, but now it's cash.
They hand out 10-year deals like that, huh?
Yeah, must be nice.
The FBI's like the NBA.
I mean, they'll still pay him.
Must be
he's
nice.
still going to get paid.
Yeah, that buyout life is pretty good, isn't it?
Yeah.
Sweet.
Right.
I know we'll get to it. The New York Post breaking the story over the weekend after filing FOIA requests to ICE and realizing that nearly 60,000 illegals in New York who have criminal records among them. And on the front of the Inquirer, Trump's plans for mass deportations could impact 47,000 in Philadelphia. But we don't have the numbers here yet. So the ICE site, I am looking to file a similar FOIA request. But the arrests and the amount of money that our federal tax dollars has spent is staggering.
I know. I saw that 60,000 number over the weekend as well. I thought about your husband. I'm like, man, library might want to start going into work each morning with a machine gun. Jeez almighty.
Well, they sleep in. So the good news is, right, they're usually
Larry's
not
on his
early
way home
risers.
by the time they wake up.
They don't start at 6 a.m. like Greg Stocker, you know?
Thank you.
So we got that going on. Listen, bundle up if you are warm up at the vehicle. 26 degrees and the high today just 40. So we've been spoiled by unseasonably warm weather but quite chilly and brisk. That brisk breeze makes it feel as if the high today will be 30. It'll never feel like 40.
My windshield was frozen today.
Oof.
I just wanted to go crawl back inside, go into the fetal position, and pass out.
This is the worst. These next 3 months are the worst
I
times
hate it.
to do mornings because it's so freaking cold
I hate
when you're
it.
out there.
But we are here to warm you up.
Yes,
and Kayal
thank
Company.
you. Thank you.
And you know what else? There's always Joseph Anthony Retreat
Yeah, I'm
Spa
gonna do
and
that.
Salon.
Yeah.
Yeah, the secret to finishing your holiday shopping. 3 locations, Glen Mills.
17 minutes into, just back from vacation, and I'm all ready for another one.
When's December 20th?
I know.
How long until Christmas break?
Can't come soon enough.
But, we'll have the inauguration. There will be a lot breaking that'll keep us distracted.
Yeah.
Because you have the inauguration January 20th.
Yeah.
You have all that going
I
on.
didn't mean to interrupt Joseph Anthony.
But don't ever interrupt.
I know.
The retreat, spa, and salon. Joseph Anthony Retreat Spa and Salon. So they have 3 locations, Glen Mills, Springfield, Center City, at the Lowe's Hotel. Visit in person, or you can always go online, josephanthony.com, where gift cards are available. That's josephanthony.com. Kayal Company Newsline.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. Coming up bottom of the hour, we will break down the Hunter Biden pardon. But right now, let's get to a Monday Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal Company.
And it is brought to you by Budget Blinds, The Big Take, a tale of 2 Thanksgivings. The holiday season is in full swing, and for Republicans, it was a fabulous Thanksgiving break. For Democrats, it was the continuation of their worst nightmare. On one side, you had the incoming Trump administration rounding out their nominations and fortifying their cabinet. On the other hand, you had left-wingers booking flights to Mar-a-Lago to get in the good graces of Donald Trump. But let's start with the winning side of the aisle, that being MAGA and the GOP. According to reports, Donald Trump can move to cut the federal deficit on day one by over $1.4 trillion over the next decade by merely rescinding Joe Biden's executive actions. The big guy's bloated budget can be slashed as early as January 21st. That, according to the New York Post, as they report that Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy have identified the cost-cutting measures by the Committee for a Reasonable Federal Budget, a nonprofit that advocates for fiscal restraint. Musk has already vowed to cut the federal budget by at least $2 trillion. Meanwhile, Donald Trump wrapping up his Thanksgiving Day and Thanksgiving break by making 2 notable nominations official. Dr. Jay Bhattacharya will head up the NIH. You might recall him, the esteemed Stanford doctor who advocated against lockdowns. And what did he get for his correct analysis in the face of the medical establishment? He got censorship. The combination of Bhattacharya and Bobby Kennedy should make for quite the dynamic duo against Big Pharma and Big Food. Another move that will have the left melting down is Trump's pick to head up the FBI. Kash Patel officially taking over the post, currently held by Christopher Wray. Patel, a staunch defender of Trump, has called for mass firings in both the DOJ and the FBI and will seek to reestablish the agency's credibility against America's true criminals. Meanwhile, fabulous and famous notable Democrats and left-wingers weaseling their way back into the good graces of Donald Trump over the holiday break. That included Meta CEO Mark Zuckerberg and Canada's Justin Trudeau. The Facebook fraud that is Zuckerberg, who has silenced and suppressed many Republicans, probably many of you in this audience over the years on social media platforms, dined with Trump at Mar-a-Lago to discuss the incoming administration. Zuck saying, quote, he was grateful for the invitation. Keep in mind, Trump threatened Mark Zuckerberg in August with imprisonment if he meddled with Facebook in the 2024 election. Zuck now saying that he would like to be a part of America's revival under Donald Trump. It's funny how that works, right? And the same applies for Justin Trudeau of Canada, the Prime Minister flying to Florida after Trump threatened his country with tariffs in an attempt to secure the northern border. According to the AP, Trump could hit Canada with a 25% tax on all products if they don't get their illegal immigration under control. But here in America, the fallout and the processing from the losing side of the election continued. Kamala Harris, who has been on vacation in Hawaii the last couple of weeks, on Wednesday resurfaced publicly for the first time since her loss and had this message for her supporters. Listen and watch.
I just have to remind you, don't you ever let anybody take your power from you. You have the same power that you did before November 5th. and you have the same purpose that you did. And you have the same ability to engage and inspire. So don't ever let anybody or any circumstance take your power from you.
Wow. Many pundits on the conservative side of the aisle ripping her for that video, asking how the DNC released such a painful, cringeworthy message, even implying and pondering if she was drunk. I won't go that far, but I will say this. If you watch the video just now on YouTube, or if you've seen it on social media, she looks exhausted. And that's after a 2-week Hawaii vacation. Yikes. But the truth is this. The Democrats are in deep crap. Forget their bench and future candidates for just a moment. What is their message moving forward? What is their sales pitch? Stephen A. Smith of ESPN, who delves into politics from time to time, joined Bill Maher on the Club Random podcast and had this to say. Listen and watch.
Who do the Democrats want? If you ask them today, they still don't know. They said Kamala because it was too late to say anybody else. They don't know what the hell they're selling. The Democrats have gotten on my last damn nerve.
Me too.
If it wasn't for Trump, I would have voted Republican because I'm so sick of how they are. It's always about the other side and engaging in demagoguery for you to get my vote as opposed to really articulating what you're bringing to the table to offer me.
So who do the Democrats want? The Hill reporting the following names over the weekend, which includes a shocker. The list is as follows. Kamala Harris, Gavin Newsom, Gretchen Whitmer, Josh Shapiro, Pete Buttigieg, J.B. Pritzker, and surprise possibility, AOC. But let's break this down, shall we? Kamala Harris, no chance. We saw that. Lost the popular vote to Trump, lost all 7 swing states. Gretchen Whitmer, left-winger, Detroit, Michigan, no shot. Gavin Newsom, it's not going to happen. Look at California these days. Mayor Pete, no way. J.B. Pritzker, have you seen what's going on in Chicago? That's his state of Illinois. But AOC, a squad dem, a radical progressive, I would say no shot on that. Josh Shapiro, probably the only possibility. But if you're Trump and you're Vance and you have success, all J.D. Vance needs to say 4 years from now, assuming he wins a primary, is, if you like the last 4 years, vote for 4 more. But the biggest problem with Democrats right now, and I want people to think about this, they don't have any normal dudes in their party who are presidential. Let me ask you this. Name a high-profile national figure in the Democrat Party that you would say right now, that's my guy. Man, I'd love to sit down and have a beer with that guy and watch football. Name me one. And you know why this is? Because Democrats are controlled by single liberal women, the LGBTQ plus community, and Gen Z youths who think they know it all. But they don't. But don't take it from me. I want you to listen to James Carville, who on Wednesday before Thanksgiving had a deep-fried turkey implosion. Listen and watch this glorious clip.
The vice president was thinking about going on Joe Rogan's show, and a lot of the younger progressive staffers pitched a hissy fit. Supposedly the campaign said that that wasn't the term de facto, but they did. When you put a campaign together and you hire young people to do work, let me tell you exactly what you tell these people, what I would tell them. Not only am I not interested in opinion, I'm not even going to call you by your name. You're 23 years old. I don't really give what you think. And let me tell you another huge error this made, is when people said campaigns need to reflect progressive values. No, they don't. No, they don't. Campaigns are authoritarian by their nature. And if I were running a 2028 campaign and I had some little snot-nosed 23-year-old saying, I'm going to resign if you don't do this, not only would I fire that on the spot, I would find out who hired them and fire that person on the spot. I'm really not interested in your uninformed, stupid, jackass opinion as to whether you go on Joe Rogan or not.
That, folks, is the stone-cold truth from a Democrat who hates Trump and can't stand the fact that the Democrats lost the 2024 election. But he's spitting facts. There's no doubt about it. So as we are inside of 50 days until Trump's inauguration, and as the holidays are kicking into Christmas season, the Democrats are searching for an identity. Meanwhile, the Republican Party looks like they're set to hit the ground running today, even with 49 days left until January 20th. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
Brought to you by the good folks at Budget Blinds. The holidays are here, and Budget Blinds is your one-stop shop for blinds, shades, shutters, custom drapery, and motorization. Visit budgetblinds.com for a free in-home consultation and the only no questions asked warranty in the business. Schedule your holiday consultation today and ask about their special radio offer. 855-839-1210 is how you jump in on social media at 1210 WPHT. And, of course, let it rip in the YouTube chat, youtube.com/@1210 WPHT. Coming up next, we'll get some thoughts to what we just saw in the big take, as well as Hunter Biden officially pardoned after Joe, the binder, and this administration said it would not happen, but it did last night. Details on the other side. Kayal and Company on a Monday morning on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Finish NFL Week 13 with Cleveland and Denver tonight. I'm going to take Denver minus a 5.5. Tackle the NFL action on FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino. It's America's #1 sportsbook. Right now, new customers can get $150 in bonus bets if you win. The FanDuel Sportsbook app gives you everything you need to place live bets on the NFL all in one place. So when you get a hunch in the middle of the game, you can check out the latest stats, view live play-by-play, and so much more on the same page where you place your bets. Just go to FanDuel.com/Greg, FanDuel.com/Greg to join today. You'll get started with $150 in bonus bets if you win your first $5 bet. That's FanDuel.com/Greg. Do it now. Never waste a hunch and make every moment more with FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 1210 WPHT, 21 and over, present in PA. First online real money wager only, $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
When the market reaches all-time highs, investors who try to sell high are met with the same excuses from their broker. You're in it for the long haul. Stay the course. Don't sell now, you'll miss out on opportunity. But crash-proof consumers have not missed out on the recent market highs.
Kathleen Ralco from Langhorne, PA. I haven't missed out on growth opportunity this year. As a matter of fact, we've capitalized on it with crash-proof. With the crash-proof retirement system, we've gotten over 10% this year. The market can still go down, but I don't lose any of that money. And it's no fees charged to that. I'm getting the benefits of the stock market, but I don't have the downsides to it. It's not too good to be true. We're living proof of it. It works.
You don't have to choose between security and opportunity. Schedule an appointment by calling 1-800-722-9728 or visit crashproofretirement.com.
This is Dr. Marianne Ritchie. Tune in to Your Radio Doctor every Saturday afternoon at 5 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT for the latest healthcare news and information, because your health is your wealth. That's Your Radio Doctor, Saturdays at 5.
Don't go through another winter spending your hard-earned money on high heating costs or wrapped in the blankets on the couch as cold air comes rushing through your old drafty windows and doors. Upgrade your home with professionally installed energy-efficient windows and doors from my good friends at Guida Door and Window. Guida is celebrating the holidays with their big end-of-year sales event. Get 40% off each window you buy. Yep, 40% off every professionally installed window. You'll also receive 40% off any door, including entry doors, patio doors, garage doors, and storm doors. And don't worry about touching your holiday money, because Guida will start your project with no money down and allow you to pay it off interest-free for up to 12 months. If you need new windows and doors, then you need to go Guida right now so you can take advantage of these huge savings. All prior sales excluded. Offer expires December 31st. So call Guida today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's GoGuida.com.
Gerhardt's Appliances has what you need to be tailgate ready this season for the birds. Whether it's the in-home appliances needed to prepare your famous Kelly green pepper casserole before pregame, or the barbecue grills you'll need to fire up the last of your sausage links in the parking
lot before kickoff. Gerhardt's has you covered with the best game day deals on appliances. Gerhardt's Appliances, helping Philly sports fans get the season cooking since 1945. Visit Gerhardt'sAppliance.com.
Don Stensland this morning at 10. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Hey, mama said the way you move gonna make you sweat, gonna make you groove. The way you shake that thing gonna make you burn, gonna make you stay.
6:32. It is Kayal and Company live here on a Monday morning. Cyber Monday, as the calendar has rolled over to the month of December. Nick, Dawn, and Greg, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. You can get us on the free Odyssey app as always. Watch the show on YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. Hit the like and subscribe buttons while you are there. So the big story of the day is obviously what transpired in the dinner time hours last night. I believe NBC News was the first to report that President Joe Biden will be pardoning his son, Hunter Biden, and give you some of the details and some of the quotes here from what's coming out of this administration and what's coming out of the White House, and then we'll get to our reaction and our takeaways. And if you want to jump in, you can certainly do so at 855-839-1210. So Joe Biden pardoned his son, Hunter Biden, Sunday night, which is a reversal for the president, who repeatedly said he would not use his executive authority to pardon his son or commute his sentence. That's why we started the show this morning with the Joe Biden montage and the Karine Jean-Pierre montages of them saying that, no, we would not pardon him.
Have you ruled out a pardon for your son?
Yes. And I am satisfied that I'm not going to do anything. I said I abide by the jury decision. I will do that, and I will not pardon him.
The president would not pardon or commute the sentence for his son, Hunter. I just want to make sure that that is not going to change over the next 6 months. The president's saying he would not.
It's still a no. It's still a no.
It will always be a no.
It's still a no. It will be a no. It is a no, and I don't have anything else to add. Will he pardon his son?
No.
No.
Get right to the first question of the briefing. I know you said not a lot's changed since yesterday, and that it's a personal matter, but from a presidential perspective, is there any possibility that the president would end up pardoning his son?
No.
No.
I just said no. I just answered. Go ahead.
No. How many times do I have to say no?
Exactly right. It's like telling your 7-year-old, how many times am I going to tell you no? We're not getting any candy at the grocery store today. No. You have enough at home. Joe Biden saying last night in a statement, quote, I believe in the justice system, but as I have wrestled with this, I also believe raw politics has infected this process, and it led to a miscarriage of justice. And once I made this decision this weekend, there was no sense in delaying it further. I hope Americans will understand why a father and a president would come to this decision. As we know, Hunter Biden was scheduled to be sentenced not only on December 12th for his conviction of the federal gun charges, but also on December 16th in a separate criminal case in which he pled guilty to federal tax evasion charges in September. The president issued a full and unconditional pardon. Now, here's the part that's wild. This will wipe away every criminal offense that this loser committed between January 1st of 2014, which was over 10 years ago, through December 1st, 2024. Now, there's other things that I want to give you quote-wise, and then we're going to get to the reaction part of this, because I'm not so much outraged over the action, but it's the defense of and the words in which they're giving you the reasoning behind it that really makes my blood boil. So the president also spoke about his son's struggles with addiction in the statement Sunday night, stating that his political opponents were, quote, trying to break him by going after Hunter. He says, quote, no reasonable person who looks at the facts of Hunter's cases can reach any other conclusion than Hunter was singled out only because he is my son, and that is wrong. Quote, there has been an effort to break Hunter, who has been sober for 5.5 years, and there's also an assumption that they were trying to break me, and there's no reason to believe that it will stop here. Enough is enough. That is Joe Biden, and enough of hearing from Joe Biden. Here's my takeaways from this. So I saw all the immediate reaction on social media to this last night, and I was like, wait a minute, you actually believed, Joe, that he was going to really not pardon his son? You're actually surprised by this reversal in his decision? I mean, every time the guy moves his lips, we know he's lying. Of course, Joe Biden was going to pardon his son, Hunter Biden. Much like Trump, and I think we all had this opinion on the show, Hunter Biden and Donald Trump were never going to serve a day in jail. I think we all agreed on that. And Joe had to, and this is not the defense of Joe, but this is what I think the logic is. Joe had to because Joe was a beneficiary of the corruption. They were partners in the Biden crime family. Still waiting for James Comey to connect the final dots and cross the T's and all that, but we know what was going on here. The only way that Joe Biden, in my personal opinion, was ever not going to pardon Hunter Biden is if Joe Biden was completely blindsided by Hunter Biden committing some sort of heinous act like sexual assault, rape, physical assault, a murder, if something where Joe's like, I wasn't getting my cut, that sort of situation. But this administration, and this is what I don't get, like people are melting down on social media last night about it. Surprise, surprise, because that's what we do. We melt down on social media. This administration has trolled us for over 4 years. You really expected anything different? I'm not defending the act by any stretch, but what really pisses me off, in all honesty, is Joe's comments here. Joe says, this has been an effort to break Hunter, and this has been an effort to break me. It has to stop here. Enough is enough. Well, hold on a second, Joe. Your DOJ, you weaponized the Department of Justice with Merrick Garland to imprison Donald Trump for the rest of his life, to bankrupt him for the rest of his life. You guys created a new precedent of going after a Republican Party leader, a former president who is now going to be the president a second time. And you're talking about like, okay, enough is enough. You went after my boy. Donald Trump almost had his head blown off. By the way, you can't sit here and tell me that they're only doing this because it's my son and I'm the president. Nonsense. The only reason your son is a free citizen is because he's Joe Biden's son. If his name was Joe Johnson, he would have been in the joint for 5 years already. That's the thing that drives me nuts. Not so much that they pardoned him. I expected that. But your defense is completely indefensible. It's hypocrisy 101. So that's the thing that bothered me, Dawn, was the words and the statement, not so much the action.
Yeah, I love Trump's response and Truth Social post saying, does the pardon given by Joe to Hunter include the J6 hostages who have now been imprisoned for years? Such an abuse and miscarriage of justice. I think it's a joke that Biden suggest after what the Trump family has been put through, because let's remember that not only did they try to break many of these J6ers who have been in prison for all these years on misdemeanor counts. I'm not talking about those accused or convicted of assaulting the Capitol Police, but misdemeanor counts in jail for 15, 13 years. But in this one, I would say, the entire Trump family, remember at the state level and at the federal level, but at the state level, especially in New York, they went after not just Trump. They went after his sons. They went after his family multiple times. And remember, that's even why Melania said reportedly that the reason she didn't want to go to the White House when Trump met with Biden, then reportedly Melania was upset that it was this Biden administration that allowed the raid, the FBI raid of her home and her underage son's bedroom at the time. First time in our history that we had a president post-presidency in his private residency raided by the FBI. Disgrace.
And when you look at Hunter's offenses, I mean, they were largely open and shut cases. There was very little to dispute or debate. Abby Lowell or Abe Lowell, whatever the hell his name is. I love these people that just come up with these weird spellings and pronunciations. They get me every time. This guy was basically dead on arrival in court both times. And when you look at Hunter's statement, and this is the other thing that annoys me, and I try to look at it from a human standpoint of, we all know somebody in our lives, right? Like just like cancer or some deadly disease. We all know somebody that had an addiction issue. Hunter Biden said, quote, "I've admitted and taken responsibility for my mistakes during the darkest days of my addiction." Again, he falls back on the addiction thing. "Mistakes that have been exploited to publicly humiliate and shame me and my family for political sport," is the quote. Well, eventually when you're 54, I think he's 54 years old, 55 years old, eventually you've done all you can. And I say this from like the legal system standpoint as well as the family standpoint. And probably some of us out there in the audience have family members that have dealt with addiction. You've tried to help them countless times. And eventually you say, you know what? If you're not going to clean your act up, I'm washing my hands with you, right? Like that happens in family settings. You got a family member that's a drug addict or an has alcohol dependency. You tried for 5 years. They still can't get their act together. You're like, you know what? I've exhausted all of my resources. I've done all I can. Best of luck to you. I hope you figure it out. But ultimately, it's not on me. It's on the person that's dealing with the issue to take responsibility. The guy's 54 years old. He's not 16. He's not 25. He's 2/3 of the way through his life. So eventually at some point, don't you have to face the facts and deal with the consequences and go to prison? I'm sorry. How many of us go out there, commit crimes, cry to the highest hilltop, "I have dependency issues"? Do you think we all get the breaks that Hunter Biden got? No way. If this was anybody else, they would have been in jail. Federal tax charges, right?
Yeah, which the federal tax charges he pleaded guilty to. And among them, even though Biden talked about, well, people who pay their taxes late, this was not a situation paying them late. It was that the IRS came forth and said you cannot write off hookers and private dancers.
Dude was living one of the best lives of all time. I mean, even Wesley Snipes went to prison for income tax evasion. They nail people in Hollywood for not paying their taxes. This guy's getting get out of jail for free cards left and right because he's the big guy's son.
Did Joe Biden legitimize Trump's claims and others' claims of weaponization of government? Another question that this raises.
Yep.
I will say that, when we talk about gun charges, whether it's a city of Philadelphia, the state level, or the federal level, the conviction there were 3 felony gun charges.
Mm-hmm.
So usually, and who knows, maybe this sets a different precedent then,
right?
For gun charges.
That's true. 855-839-1210. We'll wrap up the segment with a phone call. I figured he'd be our first one in when this news came out. Ed in Delran. Hello, Edward.
Good morning. Hey, Nick, Dawn, and Greg will continue the breaking news while Joe Biden continues his abuse.
It doesn't rhyme.
News abuse. It kind of does.
Yeah, it's class.
Yeah.
I don't know, Ed. You had 5 days. You had a holiday break to work on that. I can't give you that one. But go ahead.
Oh, I gave my best ones to your pal Bruno when you were away.
Oh, yes. Thank you to Tony and Opelka for filling in those last couple of days.
Great job.
Hey, so listen, I got an analogy for you.
Okay.
Joe Biden trying to give Donald Trump advice is like Trump is playing a chess game while Biden can't even play a checkers game.
Yeah.
And I predicted to you guys that Biden would do this on January the 20th. So I was a little off on my timing, but I knew he was going to do it. It's because everything he tells is a lie.
That's right.
He's never told the truth from the day one.
Yeah, they've been lying about it all along. And I got to tell you, I know we had the conversation. Thanks for the call, Ed. We've had these conversations in the past on the show of, if your child committed murder and he was a felon or she was a felon on the run, would you turn him in? I'm the only one on the show that would turn my child in. Greg and Dawn would both defend him and protect him in the basement and keep him under wraps. I got to tell you, if I was Joe Biden, no chance I'm pardoning my son. Would you guys pardon your child if you were in the same exact situation? See, I would not.
Sure, but I wouldn't lie about it. I think The bigger problem is that he repeatedly, and it was even, in November, it was multiple times Biden said he would not pardon him.
Mm-hmm.
And KJP and, all of them were saying, no, he's not going to pardon him. He's not going to. So don't lie about it because you know that you were going to do it.
Yeah. I'm wondering, and I know we also had this conversation of, do you think Trump would pardon him once he got into office?
And Trump had said that
he
would
was considering
consider it.
Yeah, he was contemplating it, right?
So, because here's the thing. It's much like, that's why I'm sure also Trump mentioned J6ers, because Hunter did nothing, even though these were federal, gun charges, he did nothing violent.
Right.
Much like the J6ers,
right,
who walked into the building. Some of them walked into the building hours after, never weren't convicted or accused of anything violent, and yet sent to prison. And there's no parole in federal prison, as we talk about.
That's right.
So they're stuck, unless, of course. And I think Trump showing his hand by saying, "What about the J6ers?" I think that perhaps that'll come on day one.
You think it'll be sweeping across the board, or it'll be just the ones that did nothing, quote, wrong?
They've said that they'll look case by case.
Case by case, yeah. Yeah, I can see that. 855-839-1210. We'll come back, put a bow on hour number one. And then also, as we get into hour number two very good pieces of evidence to show you that cable news is over as we know it. Plus, Googling things, it's for old people. It's a different story. I didn't write it, all right? I don't blame the headline on me, but we'll talk about it coming up in hour number two. It's Kayal and Company, Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
There is no greater time of the year to give back than this season, the holiday season. And that's why my friends from Piazza Premium Automobiles are partnering now with the Salvation Army for the Piazza Toy Drive. Once again, visit any of the Pennsylvania or Delaware Piazza Premium showrooms. That's through December 16th and donate a new unwrapped toy. Your support is going to make the holidays a little bit brighter for a local child. Find the dealership nearest you online. Go to PiazzaPremiumAutos.com, Piazza, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Thank you and happy holidays.
Window Nation presents the 1210 WPHT Veteran Spotlight in partnership with the Travis Manion Foundation. Listen the first Wednesday of every month as Kayal and Company shines a spotlight on a local veteran, highlighting their remarkable commitment to the community and their exceptional service in the military. Presented by Window Nation. At Window Nation, there's nothing more important than giving back to the communities we serve. For all of your window and door needs, visit windownation.com. That's windownation.com.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, board-certified urologist and Senior Vice President of Men's Sexual Health at HIMSS. In my 12 years of practice as a reproductive urologist, I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS. It really wasn't easy before. You had to take time out of your day, come to a physical office, and see a specialist like me in person. Now, through HIMSS.com, you can get world-class sexual health care and a full range of treatment options for ED through a 100% online process. It starts with a free assessment from a medical provider licensed in your state who can determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. So don't wait. Join the hundreds of thousands of guys who've gotten help for their ED through HIMSS.
To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% off brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
Hey, radio listeners, don't miss the Legacy Box Cyber Week sale going on now.
You've heard about Legacy Box all year long, and with our Cyber Week sale, now is the time to take advantage of our best sale of the year. Legacy Box is the most meaningful gift you can give this holiday season. It's simple, safe, and has been trusted by millions.
That's right. It's our best sale of the year. Right now, when you go to LegacyBox.com, you can save an unreal 65% on your Legacy Box.
And for a limited time, you can preserve your tapes, film reels, and photos for as low as $27, saving you hundreds.
Hurry. Our best sale of the year won't last long. Visit LegacyBox.com for an unreal 65% off during our Cyber Week sale. With limited quantities ready to ship, this deal will go fast.
Shop our Cyber Week sale now at LegacyBox.com/value to take 65% off. Buy your Legacy Box today and send in when you're ready. LegacyBox.com/value.
If you're still waiting for a sign, here's another one. At California Psychics, we reject 98% of the psychics who apply to work for us. So we only connect you with the best. That's how we can guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And right now, new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. If that's not a sign, I don't know what is. Dramatic sound effect incoming. Experience the joy of certainty at CaliforniaPsychics.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. An important message about your timeshare from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. Contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about timeshare cancellation.
Call 800-408-4040. That's 800-408-4040.
Free speech lives here. With Don Stensland, 10 till noon. On Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
.652, Kayal and Company here on this Cyber Monday. Hopefully all of you had a great Thanksgiving break. 855-839-1210 is how you jump in. We'll wrap up the hour with a call. Our buddy Ted is in Swarthmore. Ted, good morning. You're on Talk Radio 1210. Hello, Ted.
Good morning, Nick. I hope everybody had an enjoyable Thanksgiving.
It was great.
But I'm going to take Dawn. I love Dawn to death. And Greg, I'm going to take you to Stocker to task here. You're only protecting your only child. You're protecting your child only here. This Hunter Biden pardon affects and protects a whole group of people, and they know it. So it's not the same thing. They're falling for the line that Joe says the American people will be sympathetic to his cause. Know a lot of people who have kids that are troubled, and sometimes the best way to straighten them out, send them away.
Yeah, I mean, that's at the age of 54, that's the way I would operate. Heck, at the age of 34, that's the way I would operate as well. Ted, to your point, I wanted to read this before we wrap up the hour. Thank you for the call, by the way. Politico with a headline saying, "We haven't seen a pardon as sweeping as Hunter Biden's in generations." They say the full and unconditional pardon is aimed at protecting the president's son from future prosecution by the Trump Justice Department. Again, I don't think Trump was ever going to have Hunter Biden prosecuted. I would argue it's more likely that he would have pardoned Hunter before having any government go after Hunter Biden. Again, Trump has said his revenge will be success. I really don't think he's coming in for 4 years to score payback and wage old wars, seeking vendettas and things like that. But Politico writes this, and I didn't know this. Hunter Biden's pardon looks a lot like Richard Nixon's. They write that President Joe Biden's grant of clemency on Sunday night, an extraordinary political act with extraordinary legal breadth, insulates his son from ever facing federal charges over any crime that he possibly could have committed over the past decade. Experts on pardons say that they could think of only one other person who received a presidential pardon so sweeping in generations. Nixon, who was given a blanket pardon by Gerald Ford 50 years ago in 1974. They say, quote, "I have never seen language like this in a pardon document that purports to pardon offenses that have not apparently even been charged, with the exception of the Nixon pardon," said Margaret Love, who served as U.S. pardon attorney in the mid to late 90s.
Well, that's why I want to know. Why does it go back so far?
I know.
2014,
Yes.
11 years.
January 1st, 2014.
Yeah.
My daughters weren't even born then.
Well, I would say this because, remember, Hunter Biden served on the board at Burisma, Ukrainian energy company Burisma. Remember that?
I remember.
So that's why it's in play. And I think, that's why when we say, would you pardon your kid? Well, I'm not a president. I didn't. My kid didn't make millions of dollars at Burisma. So how deep does this go? And did the Biden family? Because remember, we now know, thanks to the House Ethics Committee and all of those great investigations, who else benefited?
That's right.
From all of that money that was allegedly being shuffled around. And then it also begs the question, even this morning, there are more reports of Biden trying to make sure that Ukraine and all the aid to Ukraine, I mean, is that connected?
I will say this, too, that maybe Joe Biden, read the writing on the wall, and all these people that Trump is nominating didn't want to take a chance.
That's true.
You know what I mean?
Right.
Like it was just like, well, I can't trust these people to do the right thing. So
he's
I'm gonna
bringing
do it.
in outsiders, these flamethrowers. Love does say Joe Biden's full and unconditional pardon of his son is deliberately vague, adding that even the broadest Trump pardons were specific as to what was being pardoned, comparing the past administration of Trump to Biden. 855-839-1210. We'll continue with your calls if you want to jump in the second hour. Dawn will have some news to kick off the 7 o'clock hour, and then we'll get to some stories in the world of media as well as big tech before we get to the cut sheet coming up at 7:45. Back after this.
This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Do you know when the best time to buy investment properties is? It's now. It's always now. You just need to learn how to buy them correctly. Go to investorschooling.com and sign up for a complimentary class this Thursday night and learn how to buy investment properties and make money every time. That's right. That's what we teach. We teach how to buy investment properties and make money every time. Go to investorschooling.com and RSVP right now. Take a class this Thursday night at 7 o'clock. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Don't go through life ignorant about how to become a millionaire. Learn how to invest in real estate, the stock market, precious metals, and learn from an expert. At Investor Schooling, we teach these things and more. We only provide education, and we will teach you how to leverage real estate, how to leverage the stock market, and how to leverage precious metals to make more money than you've ever made before. Go to investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday. We will see you there. investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano at Batteries Plus Bulbs in Mount Laurel and Northfield. My friend Roy is looking for help. A handy do-it-yourselfer would be ideal. It's a great low-pressure environment with both full-time and part-time jobs available. Plus, if you're the entrepreneurial type, Roy is always interested in bringing in new services. But above all, customer service key. If you're willing to do what it takes to help, you need to talk to Roy. Be part of the team. They power it, they light it, they fix it. Call 856-638-0778. Batteries Plus Bulbs, Mount Laurel and Northfield.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Well, the cold weather has arrived. But what kind of cold? There's the, yeah, you might take a jacket cold.
Then there's the, I can't feel my hands. Those are my hands. Well, I can't feel those either.
Cold. And you do not want to be saying that inside your home. Hutchinson Heating and Cooling will not stand for that nonsense. Our experts can have you relaxing as soon as the next day. And if it's a new HVAC system you need, Hutchinson will install a new one with no payments and 0% interest until 2025. Schedule a visit today at hutchcomfort.com.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
It's Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra at Westchester University and Pittman, New Jersey in February.
It was fabulous. It was the most joyful night I have experienced in a long time.
The Frank Sinatra guy, I really liked him.
His imitation of the Bee Gees.
That's Conklin with City Rhythm and the story of Philly sports through music. Westchester University on February 21st and the Broadway Theater in Pittman, New Jersey on February 22nd. Tickets to a Conklin show make great holiday gifts. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com.
7 o'clock hour brought to you by Winter Ford. The Winter Ford Cherry Hill Get Ready holiday sales event is here. See Dino Rucci and his team for discounts and rebates up to $10,000 on new Fords. Call 800-428-4000 for details. That's 800-428-4000 for details. Dino Rucci. Check your savings at winterford.com.
Hey girl, it's your new night guy, Jimmy Fallon in the house from 7 to 10 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and free on the Odyssey app.
Mustard. Kayal and Company, 7:02, hour number 2, live on this Monday morning here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Absolutely loaded cut sheet coming up at 7:45. I always say Monday is the best edition of the cut sheet off of a weekend.
Yeah.
But after 5 days off.
I know.
I mean, geez. What time is this one going to go till?
Here's the problem is that it's not really, like, we can't pretend like we had 5 days off. We did, but the show didn't.
That's right.
Like, they covered a lot of stuff here. So I have to be cognizant of that there's a lot of the audience that was still here I'm going to let this play. I love the song. Come on, let's go. Monday morning. Everybody wake up, 7:02. Come on.
Cyber Monday, baby.
Come on, baby. But yes, it's a loaded cut sheet this morning.
855-839-1210. If you want to jump in, and yes, a big shout out to Tony Bruno, Miss Robin, for not only filling in Wednesday and Friday, but not getting us in trouble with the FCC.
Thank you.
Mike Opelka for doing the Thanksgiving show. And hopefully all of you had moist, warm turkey.
Okay.
Yeah. Because nothing worse than dry turkey. Dawn, how was your turkey, by the way? Did it come out good?
Yep, delicious.
I'm going to get real creative next year.
Yeah.
I'm getting a wood pellet smoked grill, and I'm going to do a turkey on that.
You know, there was a mansion in Connecticut on Thursday that burned to the ground.
Yeah, it was mine.
because they decided to deep fry their turkey in the garage.
Ah, another horror story, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, my wife won't let me do the deep frying. She knows I'll blow the joint up. Probably will. All right, we got a lot of good things to get to. I want to get to this media story. Reason Magazine with a very interesting breakdown of cable news and how it's officially over for them. And then I've got two great examples as to what they are talking about. One from what happened on, I think it was either Tuesday or Wednesday night on CNN with Scott Jennings, where he just obliterates a CNN anchor and basically says it's our own network that reports what you are refuting, and then you will see the receipts, as well as what Catherine Herridge had to say in regards to how her bosses at CBS not only put up such a stink about the Hunter Biden laptop story, but also Catherine Herridge wanted to interview Elon Musk, and her bosses said no because we don't know what he will say. I mean, that spits in the face of journalism right there, in my opinion. We'll get to those quotes coming up, and I want to get Dawn's thoughts on this because Catherine Herridge is about as good as it gets. So we'll do that coming up in just a little bit. But round number 2 of the news, 7:04. Speaking of the great Dawn Stenslin.
And good morning, December 1st, 26 degrees out there, so bundle up. Yeah, December 1st. We are sponsored this morning in Kayal and Company by Holland Floor Covering. So police investigating after a gunfire erupted on a street in South Philadelphia. We had a lot of different shootings yesterday, but in this one, some 20 shots were fired and people screaming. This was the 2100 block of South 9th Street. A 52-year-old man shot in the neck and his knee, transported to a local hospital. He's in stable condition this morning. We have no weapons recovered. We have no motive. We have no arrests. But we have a man in the hospital in stable condition after being shot multiple times. Nobody else injured. Police investigation continuing. And then a 16-year-old boy reported in stable condition, although critical, this morning after he was shot multiple times in North Philadelphia. Officers responded to that shooting call in the 1900 block of Cecil B. Moore Ave. That was last night about 7:30-ish, with gunshot wounds to the boy's back and abdomen, rushed to Temple University Hospital, where, as we often say, those doctors and medical professionals, nurses, are much like a triage unit in a war zone and saving these people's lives.
It's amazing, too, how many times it always seems to be Temple University Hospital. Is that just the standard go-to with anything within the city limits?
No, it was the shooting happened in North Philadelphia in that case.
Okay.
I think it's the nearest one, but to your point, Nick, that, Temple especially.
Boy, they get a ton of work.
They do.
Jeez.
I mean, they're so experienced with treating gunshot wounds and saving all these lives.
Yep.
We have 2 people in custody, by the way, after police broke up an illegal car meetup in Philadelphia. This happened in the Somerton section of Philadelphia in the Northeast near Sandmeyer Lane and Red Lion Road. Happened late last night, 11 o'clock-ish. So I always think, did it have something to do with the Eagles' victory celebration? But it was long after the Eagles declared victory. In this case, investigators had been monitoring social media, and they say some of these people involved in these stunts were live streaming on TikTok.
As they're doing donuts and wheelies,
Yep.
right?
Yeah, exactly.
Am I out of line, Stalker, by saying, you know what, cops should just shoot out their tires moving forward?
Absolutely. By the way,
disable them right away.
The brazenness, I hope I'm using that correctly, of these people to do this and then stream it on social, like knowing they're breaking the law, streaming it on social media and
chronicling their own crimes.
And not giving a flying
Yes.
Yeah.
Imagine documenting your own breaking of the law.
Yeah.
Who needs lawyers who needs prosecutors? They're prosecuting themselves.
Honest to God, I would come in if I'm the police with an effing battering ram and just start running over cars like it's a monster truck.
Yeah,
that's why I said blow their tires out, because if you do that, they can't drive
and
away.
If you're if you're in it, sorry, I'm sorry, Don. What?
Krasner's going to charge you with something.
Yeah.
If you do that, if you're a cop or a citizen.
I know. You're right.
You're going to get charged.
Love to see that clash between police and the DA. It'd be glorious in this city.
And your life, I mean, you might win at the end of the day, but it's years of your life,
Oh, yeah.
lawyers.
Yep.
Yeah, I know.
Second mortgaging your home.
I know. Yep. It's easy for me to say, behind a cozy glass here in this warm studio.
Yeah.
But that's what I would do.
Yep.
Make it a monster truck event. Just come in there and just run over all those cars. It'd be awesome.
Yeah, watch how quick
and if
those
you're in
punks
it, sorry.
panic, too.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
Yeah.
Fare increases going into effect. They're now in effect. Fares, this is SEPTA, hiking its rates for the first time since 2017. That means fares on buses, subways, trolleys are increasing, and as well, regional rail service fares are also going up. This hike is happening as SEPTA faces a $240 million budget deficit, and they say it's necessary to maintain current service levels because they've lost a lot of customers during the pandemic and during the shutdowns and since that time. So SEPTA's base fares increased to $2.50, and it actually went into effect yesterday, but I think most people are feeling this and noticing this starting today. New influx of funding has postponed a second, more drastic fare rate hike, and that's planned for next year. So it's a 7.5% fare hike that its board did approve last week, but I think nobody was paying attention. So just a heads up on that. And then for PHL, Philadelphia International Airport, a lot of headaches over the weekend as they had 2 power outages, not one but 2, Saturday and Sunday. Long lines, a lot of headaches. And then bracing for today, busiest travel home day, as they're expecting some 95,000 people.
Yeah. Are you doing more of the Cyber Monday shopping, or were you more of a Black Friday, go out and brace the crowds Friday shopper?
I've been spreading it out, so I did a lot online this year, more so than usual.
Yeah.
Today I'll probably check out the deals, but you do have to check it out because sometimes they'll say, "Oh, it's a big deal," and then you look it up and it's not really.
I just read a story yesterday about the Federal Aviation Administration. The FAA is now, I believe, going to allow Amazon to drone drop your packages over your house.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Can you imagine what that must be like? What's that, honey? It's just the Johnsons. They're getting more razor blades dropped off on the porch.
That's what I'm talking about. It's like this need was like, I need to have those razor blades right now.
Yeah.
So much so that they're going to put a drone and like, what if
I saw a video of it? There's like this little drone is over some little fenced yard dropping off a package.
And I'm a giant hypocrite because I'm sure I'll use it.
Yeah.
But it's just, you get these giant boxes that come in for like, here's a tube of toothpaste. You know what I mean? It's in 19 boxes, wrappings.
I can't wait for the first lawsuit where the drone drops something and it hits somebody in the head.
Yeah.
And then they sue.
But what does it? I mean, what does it say about us that we need that, razor blade right now?
Well, I think a couple of things. First of all, all the jobs, if they're going to do this via drone, then on one hand, you're eliminating all of the trucks that are double parked somewhere on a road, which is a real pain.
And they fly down roads. It's just like, calm down, guys. I know you have to get to your destination, but like, there's kids in the neighborhood. I'm just, ugh.
Yeah. Well, they're trying to get their route done for the day.
Yeah. And they have their earbuds in. I don't know if they're paying attention. Yep. You know what I mean? Like, I'm sure the brakes on those giant Amazon trucks or those UPS trucks aren't great.
No, not at all.
So you do wonder about the jobs because they pay pretty well.
Oh yeah.
But then also it relieves congestion. You think about if they are diesel or whatever, the pollution, whatever, especially in a city, congestion. But on the other hand, like you're saying, what if you ordered wine glasses?
I know, exactly.
I just picture the fat kid sitting in his basement playing video games as an Amazon drone is dropping off a double cheeseburger to his house.
Soft, chubby, fat-looking children.
And it's a society, yes, that I partake in, but it's a society that I don't want. It's lazy. It's like, just get off your butt and go get something.
But in a city like Philadelphia, where you have people who don't want to go out after the dark because it's getting dark so early, is that something that is a quality of life issue for people? Let's say in Philadelphia, you don't have all the stores have closed, the Wawas have shut down. So if you're a city resident, let's say in West Philadelphia, you don't have a grocery store near you. You could get a drone to deliver
and then
groceries.
And then gangs will shoot it out of the air.
Well, then we'll have armored drones. The drones will come strapped.
It's going to become a new game with the Bloods and Crips.
That's like Dick Cheney was ski.
Yeah.
Is that it?
Yeah.
President Joe Biden pardoning his son. It's a major headline this morning. A lot of criticism. He's pardoning his son, convicted felon Hunter Biden, who was, of course, convicted in two separate federal cases earlier this year. One of them, it's technically a local story in Delaware. So in a Truth Social post last night, President-elect Donald J. Trump writing, quote, does the pardon given by Joe Biden to Hunter include the J6 hostages who have now been imprisoned for years? Such an abuse and miscarriage of justice, unquote. The pardon applies to offenses against the U.S. that Hunter Biden has, quote, committed or may have committed from January 1st, 2014 to December 1st, 2024. Biden releasing in a White House statement today, I signed a pardon for my son, Hunter. And in this one, many questioning this because, of course, the timing of 2014, Hunter Biden joining the board of Burisma back in 2014. And so that's the real question that I think people are looking at this morning. Why a 10-year span? But Biden had claimed from the day he took office he would not interfere with the Justice Department's decision-making. President Biden claiming that he kept his word as he watched his son being selectively and unfairly prosecuted. So laying out his case for the why he was doing this, persecution of government, weaponization of government.
Yeah. I tell you, politics is a great life, is it not? You start with a $179,000 salary. You leave with $38 million in net worth. Your kid commits a crime. You might commit a crime. At the end of the day, you get pardoned. That's a good life if you can get it.
Well, two-tiered system of justice, you think?
Yeah, you think?
And did we mention Dr. Marty McCary, who's on our air often, because Trump made those nominations. I know we mentioned Kash Patel.
Bhattacharya.
Dr. Jay Bhattacharya, but also on Friday, the day after Thanksgiving, 3 as far as health agencies, Dr. Dave Weldon, who's also a former representative in Florida, Dr. Marty McCary, who we know very well, FDA commish, and then Dr. Jeanette Neshawat for Surgeon General.
A lot of people that are going to attempt to, boy, what a battle they're going to have with all these lobbyist groups and this big food and big pharma. That could be a clash for the ages. I don't know how much success that they will ultimately have. Might do a Maha big take tomorrow on Make America Healthy Again. A lot of great stories out there about just how bad our food is that I've been sitting on. But if you want the right fighters, Trump picked the right fighters. We'll see how the battle goes, though.
Yeah, I mean, as far as I think, when you look at RFK and Trump and all these different individuals, so I've been into this for years. I've been saying it for years, and even comparing our Italy trip, right, when we went there, and realizing all these other countries do not allow the chemicals that we allow in the United States of America. And so I think that's the one that gains the most bipartisan traction with people when RFK Jr. has talked about that one.
They ought to hire you. Stalker said this like last week before we broke for Thanksgiving. You've been dieting for 27 years. It's unbelievable.
Well, basically, it is a job to try to eat foods that don't have these chemicals in them.
It is such a hard job. It's such a hard job. I was to a point this weekend where I was looking for Bloody Mary mix that doesn't have xanthan gum in it. I'm like, what the hell is xanthan gum, and why is it in my Bloody Mary mix?
See?
Yeah, that's the difference between you and I. I'm eating a third plate of turkey and stuffing. You're looking for xanthan mix.
No, I don't want to have it. I don't want to have it in my Bloody Mary mix.
Right.
Greg Stocker making Bloody Marys healthy again.
Xanthan mix was the least of my concerns over the weekend.
Well, we are sponsored by Holland Floor Covering on this chilly December 1st day as we think about Cyber Monday. 27 degrees. It feels like it's about 24. So even though the high on your phone might say, 40, 41 and sunny, it'll never feel like 40 degrees because of the brisk winds that we're facing this week. It'll feel more like 30. So bundle up. Holland Floor Covering, the region's premier family-owned carpet and flooring dealer. New carpet, creating a cozy atmosphere in your home and really can add warmth to any room. Showrooms in Wayne and Newtown. Free samples, no obligation estimates. HollandFloor.com. I'm Dawn Stensland with the News Kayal and Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. What's on the cut sheet coming up in just about a half hour? On the other side, cable news is over. But first, a word from our friends at the Piazza Auto Group. And we're not talking today about cars or SUVs or trucks, but the holiday season, because it's a great time to give back. And my friends at the Piazza Auto Group are doing just that. Now through December 16th. The Piazza dealerships are collecting new unwrapped toys in partnership with the great folks at the Salvation Army. If you would like to contribute and donate to a child in need, please visit your local Piazza showroom. We know where they are. They're all over the Delaware Valley, any of the dealerships, any of the locations, and drop off a toy in the donation bin. And their sales and service team will be happy to assist you if, in fact, you're in the need of any automotive needs during your visit. For info, go to piazzaautogroup.com, and they thank you for your support and wish you a happy holiday.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire the largest injury firm in the world for your injury case? Let me count the ways. Your case will be handled by your lawyer, a paralegal, and a case manager who's always in the office for you when your lawyer's in court. There's also a 24-hour hotline if you ever have a question or a problem. We've collected over $20 billion and won a lot. Injured? The choice is easy. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415, or find them online at retirereadyfg.com. And get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Attention! Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-885-9595. 800-885-9595. Again, that's 800-885-9595.
Hi, everyone. This is Dom Giordano here with my friend and dentist, Dr. Robert Bentz of the Bentz Dental Group. Dr. Bentz, it's good for everyone to know you have the technology and the people to help. Like John, that guy is an artisan of teeth.
Having the expertise or the knowledge, having this equipment added to that just allows me to get those consistent, efficient results, and it builds up your confidence in my abilities. Having somebody like John, who's been in this business for decades, is a big help. He's able to come in using this equipment, and he helps me build the case as I'm actually doing the work. And that is unbelievably second to none for that, because that is a benefit I'm blessed with, to have that ability to have that lab here.
Dr. Bentz and the team at Bentz Dental Group provide solutions for the most complex dental cases. Call Dr. Bentz today at 610-272-6949 or visit BentzDentalGroup.com. Bentz Dental Group, say it with a smile.
Are you worried about the state of the economy? Concerned about market crashes and rising inflation wiping out your savings? At Noble Gold Investments, we understand your fears and have a solution. Call us today at 1-888-403-1050. Imagine safeguarding you and your family with a tangible asset that has stood the test of time. Gold. With Noble Gold Investments, you can diversify your portfolio and protect your wealth from economic turmoil. Our team will guide you through the process, ensuring you make informed decisions that best suit your needs. Call Noble Gold Investments today at 1-888-403-1050. That's 1-888-403-1050. The future is uncertain. Take control now. Call 1-888-403-1050.
Past performance may not be indicative of future results. Investing in precious metals, including gold, involves risks. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision.
Big news, Cherry Hill. The Hester Chevrolet family is expanding with our new location, Hester Chevy of Cherry Hill, formerly Mall Chevrolet. For over 40 years, the Hester Automotive family has been part of the Cherry Hill community. With over 600 vehicles available, Hester Chevy of Cherry Hill now offers one of the largest inventories of Chevy vehicles in the tri-state area. See why 2 Hester Chevy locations are even better than 1. Come visit Hester Chevy at the mall or always online at HesterChevyCH.com.
Your way or no way at Hester Chevrolet.
It's officially the merry season, and B101, Philly's official Christmas station, is your home for holiday music. Spinning the biggest and best festive tracks all day long, now through Christmas Day. Jingle bell, jingle bell, jingle bell rock. Get your holiday fix on the radio at 101.1 FM. Ask your smart speaker to play B101 Philly, or listen on the go with the free Odyssey app.
Hey radio listeners, don't miss the Legacy Box Cyber Week sale going on now.
You've heard about Legacy Box all year long, and with our Cyber Week sale, now is the time to take advantage of our best sale of the year. Legacy Box is the most meaningful gift you can give this holiday season. It's simple, safe, and has been trusted by millions.
That's right. It's our best sale of the year. Right now, when you go to LegacyBox.com, you can save an unreal 65% on your Legacy Box.
And for a limited time, you can preserve your tapes, film reels, and photos for as low as $27, saving you hundreds.
Hurry, our best sale of the year won't last long. Visit LegacyBox.com for an unreal 65% off during our Cyber Week sale. With limited quantities ready to ship, this deal will go fast.
Shop our Cyber Week sale now at LegacyBox.com/value to take 65% off. Buy your Legacy Box today and send in when you're ready. LegacyBox.com/value.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Not yet. Do it today. Okay. At 1210 WPHT.
Kayal and Company, 726, as we continue live on this Monday morning. Don't forget the 5th annual Andy Chan Holiday Block Party is coming up, courtesy of our friends with Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation, as they will present the 5th installment of this great event coming up Friday, December 20th. That is 2 weeks from this Friday, from 4 p.m. to 9 p.m. down in Old City on 2nd Street. You could partake and join us with a mere $20 donation. Celebrate the season in Old City and join us on 2nd Street between Market and Chestnut for a special first responder holiday party and fundraiser featuring music, food, drink specials, fundraising activities, special guests, and more. All proceeds go directly to the family of critically injured Philadelphia Highway Patrolman Andy Chan and other families, including Officer Christopher Fitzgerald and his brave widow, Marissa, and all of those that are critically injured in the line of duty as a first responder. Always a great time. Had a blast last year, and I know all three of us went last year, and presumably I think we're all going again this year, right?
Yeah, I guess because we don't spend enough time together.
Right.
We're going to actually spend the evening.
I'm going to be off for 11 days,
too.
but then I got to come see you again at night.
It'll be fun. But no, it's a great cause. I love supporting them, and I think everybody out there, all you YouTube chatters, everybody should please make it a point to buy a $20 ticket and come out and support the Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation Friday night, December 20th, 4 to 9 p.m.
Yes.
4 to 9 p.m. So it'll be fun. We'll all be there. And
6:30, Stalker will be gassed. He'll be hanging from a chandelier.
It's a lot of fun.
It'll be great. Yeah.
Be awesome.
It's a lot of fun, and then it's some tears and hugs, too, because it's,
Yep.
And that's just it. But even if you can't make it because it's the Friday before Christmas,
sure,
just donate.
That's right.
Yes, exactly.
Because it is a nonprofit. You can write it off, but your presence will be felt by donating, whether or not you can go.
Mm-hmm. Same organization that does the bike ride, folks, for those who don't remember.
And I have to apologize for something.
What's that?
Oh, no.
So, God bless Jimmy Kelly has been taking a ton of phone calls.
Mm-hmm.
I've been saying all morning, December 1st, because when I wrote my script last night and the Septiphairs took effect, it was December 1st then. So not for nothing, but today's December 2nd.
Yeah.
So I apologize.
Man.
The fact
My
checkers
bad.
are out.
Well,
No, I love that you guys,
I love that neither of us caught that either.
I know. It takes a special human to actually call a radio station and say, hey, it's actually December 2nd.
Well, they're
not the
trying to be
1st.
helpful. Like, yo, Jimmy, tell Dawn it's
Yeah.
December 2nd.
Yeah.
It's after the whole not for nothing. But thank you for your calls, and
Yes.
you don't have to call Jimmy.
Yes. Yep.
Although he said he delivered the message.
Jimmy likes
very
taking
kindly.
phone calls, especially the ones that don't want to go on air. He loves to come down here and say, so-and-so called and said this. I'm like, why didn't you put him on the air? He goes, well, I didn't want to go on the air. I'm like, okay, cool.
That's
So
okay.
we'll take your requests, your thoughts. It's like the voicemail machine.
Yeah.
You just leave your message with Jimmy.
By the way, bad job by me for not getting to the voicemails for probably 2 weeks.
Oh my
so
gosh.
if you have leave some voicemails, and we'll get to them. We'll start doing it.
So fun.
At the end of the show.
All right. So, very interesting. Stalker found this story right before we went on vacation, but two stories that developed while we were on vacation, which I'm glad we actually sat on this story. So, Reason Magazine has an article out saying cable news is over. And then I have a clip I'm going to play for you from CNN, as well as some quotes from Catherine Herridge to really hammer home this point. But Reason writes, when the cable news network, which is CNN, launched on the evening of June 1st, 1980, it was a youthful upstart business. The big broadcast networks and their regularly scheduled nightly newscasts had a lock on viewers and TV news. But CNN was offering something different, a steady flow of TV news programming that was always available, that took viewers inside the stories in a more intimate and organic way. And that bet paid off. It helped pave the way for cable news networks like Fox News and MSNBC, which became more explicitly partisan in their coverage and emphasis. It has been so integral to political news consumption in the United States for so long that it's almost difficult to imagine American politics without it. But we may soon find out what that is like. As they have talked about post-election, the ratings collapse for both CNN and MSNBC, reaching lows not seen since June of 2000. And it's not just CNN. It's also MSNBC that has suffered similarly low ratings in key demographics, to which Fox News has not seen that sort of drastic fall off. But it doesn't mean that Fox isn't going to run into their struggles one day soon as well. But to illustrate, and I think this election taught us a lot of things, but it also really showed us where people are going for their news nowadays. TV news, newspapers, the things of the 90s and the early to mid 2000s have slowly started to fade away. You know, then when it was the internet era, now it's the social media era, and even social media, you know, maybe fading a little bit, maybe getting a little watered down with so many different platforms to basically all do and say and post the same type of stuff. And now we see, you know, podcasts have taken off on demand. You know, no matter what you do, like in our format, we're radio, but we're also on an app, we're streaming, we're live on YouTube. So the landscape is always changing. But to really illustrate how bad cable news is, I don't need to give you ratings. I want to just highlight the partisan coverage on one network, and then also the lack of comprehension and just paying attention to what you should already know on television when your own television channel and network has reported on this. This is clip K1. I want to play this for you. Scott Jennings, I think, has become an absolute stud on CNN as they've tried to integrate a Republican viewpoint on the network. He's on the 10 o'clock show with Abby Phillip. He's a contributor throughout the day. And he was on one of these panel settings. And he's with a woman you'll see in this clip. Her name is Carrie Champion. She used to be a SportsCenter anchor on ESPN. She got political. Her contract was not renewed. I don't know if it was because of politics. I don't know that she was fired, but she left ESPN for CNN, and she is having a conversation with Scott and some other panel members about the partisan nature of social media, Democrat, Republican, left, right, and what's the balance or lack thereof on things like Twitter, which is now X, Instagram, Facebook, you name it. And I want to play you this clip. She is so oblivious and just wanted to play identity politics and jump down Scott Jennings' throat. And then Scott fact checks her, and you're going to see the receipt in this clip as well. This is clip K1. Let's roll this.
I heard what you're saying about X. I saw a survey this week. It's now the most ideologically balanced user platform.
Scott,
of any platform.
stop. It's too early. I just sat down. I've only been here for 2 minutes.
You cannot continue to say
the show, you cannot say that.
So,
That's not the case.
So
Who's the source of that?
What I find, we reported it on this network.
Look at this, the party ID among those who regularly use X/Twitter for news. Back in 2022, 65% of those who regularly use Twitter/X for news were Democrats. Just 31% were Republicans. Look at where we are today. Just a completely different picture. Now it's basically split between Democrats at 48%, Republicans at 47%. And what I should note, Mr. Berman, is this new overall makeup matches the overall electorate far better.
Very interesting. That's Harry Enton there on the back end, citing stats and research from the Pew Research Center that debunks the narrative that Twitter is just now rebranded as X. I'm always going to call it Twitter. X just feels weird. That it's some right-wing playground. It's not. You'll actually see it was 2-1 Democrat-Republican before Elon bought it. Now it is basically a 50-50 split between left-wing and right-wing marketplaces of ideology and ideas, right? And this notion that Elon Musk made X toxic, no, if anything, he balanced it out more to actually match, as Harry Enton just talked about, where our country is politically, relatively split and divided down the middle. The second thing I want to give you, Catherine Herridge, who I absolutely love because she is a dying breed of mainstream media journalism. Remember, Fox News, CBS News. She left CBS News. She's now doing her own thing, in part because of the Hunter Biden laptop story, but also because she wanted to interview Elon Musk. And I'm reading this from the New York Post over the weekend. And her bosses at CBS blocked her from the interview, saying, "We don't know what he is going to say." Catherine Herridge posted this video on X over the weekend and revealed that the bosses were not down with the opportunity to interview Elon Musk, who had been in the news for his release of the Twitter files in late 2022. They said that the following, quote, and this is a quote from Herridge, "I went to the CBS executives and I said, this is the opportunity that we have. He's saying, I want to do it live and on my platform. And I was like, oh my gosh, this is an incredible opportunity," Herridge recounts in the video. Elon Musk on CBS News, he's one of the most influential human beings on the planet. And the reaction from the executives was, well, we can't do it live. Herridge was perplexed since it's usually beneficial for an interview to be granted with no conditions over the content. She says, quote, "I was like, what do you mean we can't do it live?" And the higher-ups told her, quote, "Well, we don't know what he is going to say." Herridge tells viewers in this clip, I'm thinking, isn't that the point of journalism? You don't know what the person is going to say. And when I'm reading this story and I watched the video over the weekend, she posted little snippets, like 2-3 minute clips on her X feed. I was thinking of you, Dawn, because, you know, you're a journalist. She's a journalist. She's one of these people that, you know, doesn't like where the media has gone in recent years. And honestly, it feels like she's been neutered by these networks. And where are we? And this goes back to the story of cable news being over as we know it from Reason.com in their article. If the media does not want to interview the wealthiest man on the planet, and perhaps equally the smartest man on the planet, out of fear of what he is going to say, then we don't have a true free and fair press. That's the whole point. I don't ever want to do an interview with restrictions or constraints. It's a hack job. Isn't that kind of the exhilarating part of interviewing big time people, is nothing off limits, or, hey, and even if you want to record it, that's fine. But to shoot down the idea out of fear of what Elon Musk is going to say, what are these people so afraid of?
Well, they're afraid of the truth.
Well, obviously.
That's what they're afraid of.
Sure.
And so that they wanted, think about all of the interviews that we now know that they've, you know, edited selectively. It's bias by omission. And in this one, I think for Catherine Herridge, she probably realizes how blessed she was to work at Fox and she covered the Pentagon, had great sources, was stolen away by CBS with a big contract, 60 Minutes, and thought, oh, the bastion of journalism.
Yeah.
Well, there it is, honey.
They stole her away to put more shackles around her.
Yeah.
I'm assuming she had more freedom at Fox.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Right?
And that's why she is stunned. And that's why I'm thankful that she's speaking out, because she is stunned at the level of bias and control. So the reason they don't want these live interviews is just what she's saying, that they're saying, well, we don't know what's going to, and look at how she is just perplexed by that. Can't even wrap her brain around it. And good for her for releasing this.
It's just staggering the levels to which they go. And this is why, like, when we've cited the Gallup poll in the past, and it comes out periodically of what is your level of trust and faith in America's institutions? And we look at academia, we look at the media, we look at federal agencies, we look at our politicians. That's why in America right now, our faith and trust is at rock bottom in almost every single institution, which is another reason why I think Donald Trump won this election, because Americans are sick of being lied to, being fed, bought and paid for propaganda, and all of these institutions that are fearful of the truth. That's a big and you talk about things being off limits, not doing things live. I mean, CBS with Catherine Herridge and Elon Musk, that was the epitome of the Kamala Harris campaign. She wouldn't do things live. There had to be all these stipulations. I'm not going to do 3 hours with Joe Rogan. I'm only going to give Brett Baer 20 minutes. This is off limits. I'm afraid you'll bring up that. I mean, that is a major red flag for any citizen in this country, any voter, when these institutions and these people behind these institutions or the figureheads out in front are saying, no. There's got to be stipulation A, B, C, X, Y, Z.
Remember that she was terminated from CBS News one day after she had covered the special counsel Robert Hur's investigation into whether or not President Joe Biden mishandled classified documents.
Just
one day after that.
It is just
And
amazing.
she's still facing contempt of court charges. That's still ongoing right now.
Yep.
And she has said, no, I'm not revealing my sources. And she had questioned, CBS, remember, seized her computer and her files.
They took all her stuff.
Then SAG-AFTRA got involved. The union got involved. They did return them. But her question were any of her sources compromised?
That's why alternative forms of media and how people consume it is growing and changing, and the legacy media is dying because many people have known this for a long time or assumed it, and now the curiosity and the frustration has, I think, reached a boiling point. And you know what? Those protected legacy media outlets, they only have themselves to blame. But as long as they continue to make ad revenue, they'll survive. 855-839-1210. What's on the cut sheet? Well, we will all find out together on the other side of Kayal and Company on a Monday morning, December 2nd, Cyber Monday on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
When it comes to your home, trust is everything. For 45 years, Kitchen Magic has been building a reputation, an impeccable reputation for transforming kitchens with such precision and care, from custom cabinets to countertops, backsplashes, all the storage solutions. Kitchen Magic gets the job done fast. In just a few days, your dream kitchen becomes a reality without the hassle. Trust the name your neighbors have been relying on for decades, Kitchen Magic. Get your free in-home consultation. Just go to kitchenmagic.com and put this on the calendar. Let's cook up something extraordinary. kitchenmagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. One of the biggest and healthiest sales of the year is back again. Rescue Natural Supplements Black Friday sale is here, and right now, Rescue is slashing prices on every supplement with discounts up to an incredible 80% off. Rescue has a wide variety of products to address your health needs, including immunity, cholesterol support, heart health, and natural energy enhancers. Grab huge savings on omega-3s, probiotics, and a lot more, so get shopping now. This Rescue Black Friday sale ends Monday at midnight. Shop today at res-q.com, res-q.com, or call a Rescue product consultant at 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Again, all Rescue supplements are up to 80% off until Monday at midnight. So why wait? Shop massive savings on essential supplements at res-q.com. That's res-q.com. Do it today.
There are so many terrifying political and economic trends tearing down the global economy. But your retirement does not have to collapse with it. The exclusive crash-proof retirement system guarantees over 5,000 consumers not only survive, but thrive despite market volatility, guaranteeing protected growth that cannot be taken away.
My name is Robert Sims. I live in Levittown, Pennsylvania. The interest credited to my crash-proof retirement system can never be taken from me. With all the debt that the nation has, I am leery of where the economy is going to head long term. I feel good about where I sit with the crash-proof retirement system, regardless of where the economy goes in the next 5 years or so, because it has delivered on its promises.
Schedule an appointment to crash-proof your retirement future by calling 1-800-722-9728 or visit crashproofretirement.com.
Looking for that unique gift or hard-to-find collectible? Look no further than Nicholas Smith Trains and Toys. Nicholas Smith has over 60,000 items for you to shop at both nicholassmithtrains.com and nicholassmithtoys.com. But come into the store on Westchester Pike Broomall and get lost in old and new technology. Pretend play, RC and slot cars, Western play, Madame Alexander dolls, mechanical robots, superhero action figures, Playmobil, Lego, Disney, and much, much more. Right off the Blue Route, visit Nicholas Smith Trains and Toys this holiday or any day.
I am Judith Krupnick, president of Cherry Hill Volvo. As the store's owner, I want our clients treated with respect. I want our employees to have extensive product knowledge and be genuinely engaged with our clients. Our pricing is competitive, but our client attention is second to none. When considering a new car, consider Cherry Hill Volvo. Contact me directly. Relationships really do matter to us.
Shop Dell Technologies Cyber Monday event for their lowest prices of the year. The future is on sale today with limited time deals on select PCs like the XPS 16 that accelerate AI with Intel Core Ultra processors. Cyber Monday is their biggest sale of the year and the best time to upgrade, but it's only here for a limited time. Shop now at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
Lowe's knows that to win the job, pros need the best prices. That's why only at Lowe's, MVP's Pro Rewards members can get a volume discount on eligible orders as low as $1,500 at the Pro Desk. That means you get the prices you need to start any job, small or large. Because Lowe's knows pros. Valid in-store only. More terms and restrictions apply. Visit Lowe's.com/terms or Pro Desk for details.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause. Brought to you by the Labor and Energy Alliance this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that will affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, this is Jimmy Fallon in the house, and dig this, folks. This is not a drill. It's the real thing. You can now join me weeknights from 7 to 10 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT or anywhere on the free Odyssey app.
It is Kayal and Company live on this. No, it's not Tuesday. It's Monday. No, I'm all confused.
We don't know what we're doing
December
today.
1st,
Monday,
December 2nd, Monday,
December 2nd.
Tuesday. Yeah, we're all back from Thanksgiving as we approach the Christmas season. Nick, Dawn, and Greg here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Wall Street Journal, very interesting story that we'll try to get to a little bit later in the show with the headline, Googling is for old people.
Yeah.
And that's a problem for Google, but that's a benefit for clients like DuckDuckGo, which, by the way, you should be using.
Yep.
And if you're not, I'll tell you about that tomorrow. Also, coming up at 9:20 this morning, can you do better on a civics test than an 8th grader? The Washington Post with a 10-question civics test. And I took it this morning at 5:33 in the morning. And I got to tell you, I'm very happy. I got 7 out of 10 right.
He got a D.
I got 70%.
As Dawn pointed out, he got a D.
You can throw whatever letter you want on it, D, C. I got 70%.
A D on an 8th grade civics test. Nick Hale got a D.
Sleepers in my eye, no caffeine in my system. I was in 8th grade in 1997.
At least you're honest about it.
My retention wasn't bad.
You could have said, hey, I got 100%.
That's right. I could have lied.
You're honest with your audience.
And Phil has the answers in front of him. We will get to that coming up around 9:20 this morning. And if you, are we going to do one question correct for a caller and you get a prize? Or how do you want to do this?
I think we should do, I haven't really thought this through. I guess I should have.
That's right. We can think it through on the radio.
I think that we should go until the person gets a wrong answer.
Okay. Or I was going to say we could just
or can they beat you? How about this? Can they beat you?
Okay. If you can beat my score, you win the prize.
All you have to do is beat a D.
All you got to do is get 8 out of 10. Which I think used to be a B, but I don't know. According to Dawn, it's an F now. 8 out of 10 is no good anymore. I used to think 8 out of 10 was excellence personified.
It's not.
But times have changed, folks.
Times have changed.
Times have changed.
Yep.
And the time has just changed to 7:50. We're 5 minutes late, so let's get right to it. It's time for What's on the Cut Sheet.
What's on the cut sheet?
What's on the cut sheet on this Monday? Brought to you by Cherry Hill Volvo, where they have ample inventory of brand new and beautiful pre-owned Volvos. Enjoy the luxury experience you deserve. They always go the extra mile for their customers because relationships matter at Cherry Hill Volvo. Check them out on Route 70 in Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships matter.
Have you ruled out a pardon for your son?
Yes, and I am satisfied that I'm not going to do anything. I said I abide by the jury decision. I will do that, and I will not pardon him.
The president would not pardon or commute sentences for his son, Hunter. I just want to make sure that that is not going to change over the next 6 months. The president's saying he would not.
It's still a no.
It's still a no.
It's still a no.
It's still a no.
It's still a no. It will be a no. It is a no, and I don't have anything else to add. Will he pardon his son? No.
Let me go back to the first question of the briefing. I know you said not a lot's changed since yesterday and that it's a personal matter, but from a presidential perspective, is there any possibility that the president would end up pardoning his son?
No.
No.
Well, is there
I just said no. I just answered. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I tell you, the dishonesty, the grifting, the trolling of this administration really is next level. But I think when you look at this now, this just really does, and we talked about what it means on the surface, what it means next level. But honestly, to me, with Trump, it just opens up the door now for so many J6ers to be pardoned, especially the ones that were in there for all of 9 minutes, that walked around, that did nothing wrong, that were made examples of, perhaps had due process rights violated. I'm not saying it's going to be a sweeping pardon from A to Z, but I think you're going to see a ton. And I forget what the actual count is. Dawn, every now and then when a story breaks with a new J6er that was tracked down, you give us the update. Is it over 430, roughly, people that have been charged with something? I think that's the number. I could be off, but...
over 1,000
overall. Or is it over
1,000?
Okay. For some reason, I had 430 on the brain, but that could be wrong.
Well, Joe and KJP all said, nope, never going to do it, never going to do it. And the corporate media bought it hook, line, and sinker. Sorry. Why is that so loud?
Oh, no.
Corporate media bought it hook, line, and sinker. Here's just a little bit of them parroting the talking points. Of course, Joe Biden is not going to pardon his son, Hunter.
Presidential promise to put the law before family.
I said I abide by the jury decision.
Abby
I will do that, and I will not pardon him.
Letting the world know that he will not wipe away the decision of 12 of his son's peers.
Was asked directly, and he has said he wouldn't pardon his son if he gets convicted.
Let's wait and see what happens if he loses.
Yeah, but he said it.
He's going to get pardoned by his dad. There's no question about that.
The president has ruled out pardoning his son.
Major commitment from the president, accepting the outcome of the trial and also pledging not to pardon his son.
But by the way, can I just say, Caitlin Collins now got promoted.
Yes.
Now on CNN. Did I see that correctly?
She is now, once again, I think the chief
White House correspondent. So
yes.
is she losing her 9 p.m.
No,
show?
No. Added responsibility to justify her bloated salary.
Gotcha.
Which, honestly, she's actually better probably suited in the correspondent role than she is in the host role, in my opinion.
So in the new administration, she's going to play the Steve Doocy character or the Jim Acosta character from 10 years ago.
I believe so,
Right,
yes.
Dawn?
Yes.
That's going to be her new role. She's going to be the villain.
Well, wasn't she in this role previously before the show?
She was.
Or was she lower on the totem pole?
Remember, she was with the Daily Caller?
Yeah, that was a long time ago.
Long
time ago, Dawn.
But that was how she... I know, it feels like 20 years ago.
But she was a correspondent during the Trump administration, right? The latter parts.
But remember, she took on Trump. That's how she. That's how she made her name.
Yep. So CNN is elevating her. So she's going to be at all these press gaggles plus do a 9 p.m. show? That seems like a lot of responsibility.
Yeah, well, I don't know. If she has a good agent, she got a pay raise. If she didn't. And
she didn't, but it's smart for her.
She got to keep her job.
Yeah, she got to keep her job. It's smart to be the hardest working woman in the building, especially with Rachel Maddow.
Oh, the hardest working woman in the building.
I thought you were going to say like Dawn Snyder.
No,
working 6-hour days.
I was thinking of Rachel Maddow working Mondays and getting $15 million.
Yeah.
Because I don't think Caitlin Collins makes that much.
No.
So the challenge for him is really to continue to live up to his values when it was really personal, and he did that today.
It seems like a pretty normal, straightforward answer, but it takes new weight when we see what Trump is saying about the outcome of his trial, what we're hearing from other Republicans who say they don't accept the jury's verdict here in New York.
The contrast is profound. To sit there and say, well, I'm not going to intervene in the legal process, and I wouldn't pardon my son. One side, Democrats and Joe Biden protecting the justice system.
Yep.
And on the other,
on the
Republicans and Trump protecting Trump.
Our current president of the United States has so much respect for the law that he has said he would not pardon his son. I mean, again, it's all about the contrast.
President Biden saying, I will respect whatever this jury decides, versus Donald Trump after he was convicted on 34 counts, saying the entire system is...
They all buy it. Hook, line, and sinker.
Yeah. That's why that story is so good that we just talked about from Reason.com on news media being dead. They don't even bother to challenge what these people say.
And if they do, and if there's a guest that does, Abby Phillip jumps right in and says, well, Joe Biden said he's not going to pardon him.
Yeah, she
well,
shouts
Joe Biden
him down.
said.
Like your job in the media is not to be a teammate of a political party. My God.
Yeah, what's going to be, Road Warrior has a great point. What's going to be the next pivot? Will it be he did what any dad would do?
Well, yes, I think that's already started. By the way, by the time we get to Cut Sheet Part 2, I'm assuming the biggest parrots will have shared their views if they're working today. Would love to hear what Mika and Joe have to say about this.
Just a little bit more, because I just enjoy corporate media buying things hook, line, and sinker, and then being proved to look like the utter buffoons they are.
Rigged against them.
Their latest attack has been that Joe Biden has politicized and weaponized the DOJ, right? That was the whole argument around Donald Trump's conviction. And this week, of course, Hunter Biden was found guilty, and Joe Biden has very clearly said he would not pardon his son, he would not commute his sentence.
Yep.
How stark is this difference? I mean, how can Republicans keep making this argument now that Joe Biden has really put it out there? Where's Hunter? And he stood there in a courtroom, flanked by his family, and he's accepted his sentence.
He is not pardoning his son.
Oh, this guy. I forgot about this guy.
Which he could do. These are federal charges.
Right.
He is not doing that. He is not doing it because he is living what it means to have a rule of law in this country. And it is, I mean, if you want to know if he believes it, you could actually see what is happening with his own son.
The president.
There you go. A little bit of that. I just wanted to.
I don't know what's worse, the fact that some people actually tune in and consume mainstream media, or those that tune in, consume it, and then believe what you're being told. You know, the thing that jumps out to me from months ago, actually, I think this might even be close to a year ago. Wasn't it last December that Hunter Biden was supposed to attend that deposition, and he skipped it and then did a press conference briefing out on the steps of Capitol Hill instead of being deposed, where he never went in for the deposition?
Indeed,
he knew all along his dad would eventually pardon him. And Joe didn't arrive at that conclusion Saturday of Thanksgiving weekend either.
This is Cut 22, Phil. This is Joe Walsh, not that Joe Walsh, not the good Joe Walsh. This is a
bad Joe Walsh.
Yeah, this is another Joe Walsh who's a I think he's a Republican, but he's like a Biden supporter, and like he's a big Biden supporter. He says that he's deflated now because of the news that his hero Joe Biden is pardoning his son, Hunter. Roll this, please.
What do you make of all of this? What is likely to be the response on Capitol Hill to this breaking news?
Good to be with you. See, I told you so. They're all like that. So the next time any of us complain about anything Trump does, this pardon is just deflating. For those of us who have been out there for a few years now yelling about what a unique threat Donald Trump is. For Joe Biden to do something like this, Trump, nobody's above the law, we've been screaming. Well, Joe Biden just made clear his son Hunter is above the law. Donald Trump lies every time he opens his mouth, we've been screaming. Joe Biden repeatedly lied about this.
Yep.
The politicization of the justice system, Donald Trump and his people have been screaming. Well, that's exactly what Biden said here.
Joe, is this a politics of purity? I mean, we had Donald Trump pardon Sheriff Joe Arpaio during his term, and there wasn't a lot of hue and cry about that. I mean, this is a father who saw his first wife killed, his daughter killed in a car crash, his 2 young sons survive. One goes on to have real difficulties with addiction. Another dies because of cancer. This is a family that's really troubled.
Yes.
I mean,
Then don't say you're not going to
he said he wasn't going to do this, but did anyone ever believe that that was the case? I mean, I would have put good money on this happening. Like, are many people going to be surprised that a father who is also the president would do this for his son?
I don't know that people will be surprised because you're right. Joe Biden repeatedly said he wouldn't do this. So he repeatedly lied. But this just furthers the cynicism that people have about politics. And that cynicism strengthens Trump because Trump can just say, I'm not a unique threat. Everybody does this. If I do something for my kid, my son-in-law, whatever, look, Joe Biden does the same thing. I get it, but this was a selfish move by Biden, which politically only strengthens Trump. It's just deflating.
It's funny to me, guys. Joe Biden is going out with 2 middle fingers up,
everything,
throwing the grenade onto the bridge, watching it blow up, and just being like, "F all of you people for not believing in me." Like he's just going out and blaze glory. He's like, "Clean up my mess now, suckers."
Screw you, Obama. Screw you, Kamala. Suck on that, David. Who's it? David, Obama's right-hand man, David Axelrod. He's just going out in a blaze of glory. By the way, what's the deal with the anchor on that clip of MSNBC with the "Where's Waldo" glasses? I mean,
and by the way, with the it's just any parent would do this for their child. Okay, fine, but then why say it? Why say that you're not going to do it?
Yeah, just to point out their absurdity. We all recall Harry Sisson, right? Harry Sisson, the little 22-year-old, Democrat propaganda social media guy that can't grow facial hair. He tweeted on July 27th, 2022, "Hey, Donald, nobody is above the law in the United States." Last night, when Joe Biden pardoned Hunter Biden, Harry Sisson tweeted, "President Biden has officially pardoned his son, Hunter Biden. I fully agree with this decision." Again, the hypocrisy is just astounding. Everything they claim Trump is, Joe Biden actually does.
Also, yesterday, I believe it was yesterday, maybe the day before, Trump announced that he's going to have Kash Patel serve for the head of the FBI.
43 years old. Just
for those of you who don't know who he is, this is Kash Patel on the FBI, on what he would do with the FBI on day one. This is from a podcast a couple of months ago when he was promoting a book. This is cut 14. Go.
Then we need to decrease what I call government creep with personnel. The FBI's footprint has gotten so freaking big, and the biggest problem the FBI has come out of its intel shops. I'd break that component out of it. I'd shut down the FBI Hoover building on day one and reopening the next day as a museum of the deep state. And I'd take the 7,000 employees that work in that building and send them across America to chase down criminals. Go be cops. You're cops. Go be cops. Go chase down murderers and rapists and drug dealers and violent offenders. What do you need 7,000 people there for? Same thing with DOJ. What are all these people doing here? Looking for their next government promotion, looking for their next fancy government title, looking for their parachute out of government. So while you're bringing in the right people, you also have to shrink government.
So massive government reform.
Yeah. You got to work with Congress to eliminate the billets. This is one of the things we did when I was deputy DNI. We got to DNI and I was like, okay, what do all these people do? We've got the CIA, so why do I have analysts doing the CIA's job here? Why do I have a floor of them? Like, give me a good answer. I don't know everything. I don't know a lot. But if you can give me an answer that satisfies their existence, I'm all in. Well, we just have our own people. Okay, well, now we don't. And we went to Congress and zeroed out a bunch of billets, and they hated us for it.
Why? Why would Congress hate you for that?
Not Congress, the public. Congress is like, great, you saved us money. You're the only agency that returned money this year because we didn't spend our entire budget. We were literally funding seats with no humans in them for years. And what the government creep that I was talking about is these agencies go to Congress every year. And again, this is why it's a thing of decades. I need 5 more seats here. I need 10 more seats here. Okay, you keep doing that. How's that going? Oh, we'll fill that seat next year. We're in the process of, interviewing people for that section. And that keeps, no one returns money. It's the biggest fiction in government that you can't return money. Every agency and department that I've ever worked for, when it comes to the fiscal end of the year, they're like, go on trips, go spend money. What? Just give it back to Congress. We can't do that.
It's amazing. So many of you that were waiting for this and anticipating this move from Trump got your wish. And this guy's great because he's a combination of brains and balls. And that's going to put the fear of God in a lot of these federal bureaucrats, these 7,000 people that are just doing a whole bunch of nothing. This guy's a former lawyer, former federal prosecutor for the DOJ. He was the chief of staff to the U.S. Secretary of Defense. And he's done all of that at, I think, 43 or 44 years old. This guy doesn't give a damn, and he's going to come in there. He's a lot like a Vivek Ramaswamy, Elon, Tom Homan. He's not there to hold hands, and he don't care about your feelings.
Guys, it's easy to sit, in here and say, this guy's going to gut this, and this guy's going to get that, and Elon and Vivek are going to come in and do this and do that. It's a lot harder to actually get it done.
Absolutely.
I was reading a story over the weekend about how, what it's going to take for Elon and Vivek to actually, get rid of government departments and personnel and the checks and balances that have to go on and everything has to be recorded and everything. Just to sit here and say that, well, we're going to slash this, we're going to slash that, we're going to slash that. Yeah, it sounds great here, but can it actually be done? I don't know if it can.
Well, they gave the end date, and I'm speaking specifically on Doge now. That is July 4th, 2026. So Vivek has come out and said on the 250th anniversary or birthday of this nation. So that's what? That's a little over a year and a half. They're going to have about 18 months to get some things accomplished. And they're not going to do it all. And by the way, when you have this sort of administration coming in, no way you can get it all done in one term of 4 years. For those that voted Trump for the first time and want the establishment out, it's going to take multiple election cycles. We're talking 8 to 12 years to achieve these things.
They really only have 2 years to get it done.
Right, until the next midterms.
Because midterms are going to be, we see this all the time, midterms are going to be a complete reversal.
Yep.
And they're going to vote a lot of people out and vote more Democrats in. So they really only have 2 years to get this done until the gridlock starts.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they do. And the question, I think, for everybody, I will say this. All they have to do is expose the truth. All they have to do in truth is shine a light on all of the government waste. That's it. If they just make it public, if they make all of this public, and if they release it and say, here's the bloated department of so-and-so. Here's who's going to work and who's working remotely. Here's what they all make on the average 6 figures and all of the numbers. Just make it transparent. That's it. The people will respond.
Haven't they done that already, though, by exposing it?
Nope.
You don't think so? See, I think we need some. I need some results. I'm not saying I need sweeping change because I try to be a realist and I realize that the swamp will just repopulate. It'll respawn. It's like that video game where you die and you respawn and you keep coming back. But if you can have some success on top of the basic stuff, fixing the economy, securing the border, I'm not expecting Washington, D.C. to be gutted. But expose it, shine the light on it, and make some progress, I'll be happy.
If they just start releasing the information and making it public, that will do so much because then all of us, every citizen, you don't have to be a professional journalist, right? Anybody can look up the websites and say, wow, look at all these people and what's the percentage of them? Because according to what we're inferring from what they've said so far, a lot of these federal employees are not even going physically to work. They're zooming it in, and they're highly paid people.
Yep.
So in my opinion, just by making it transparent, they will do wonders to let us all know what's going on and what our tax dollars are paying for, which we're not getting a lot of bang for our buck, especially because we need to reduce the deficit.
We also have to remember too, guys, that like all of these appointments that Trump is making, they all have to pass, through hearings and stuff.
Of course.
I mean, yes, he can do some recess appointments. All presidents do, but I think that to sit here and say that he's going to go, 10 out of 10 on these is history says that's not correct. So which ones do you guys think will pass? Which ones? I mean, Marco Rubio is definitely going to pass through.
Well, the ones that are established swamp creatures are in.
He's a current senator.
But between Kash Patel,
He'll face pushback.
between RFK Jr.,
ton of pushback.
Who else? Hegseth. I mean,
Tulsi. They're going after Tulsi
Tulsi
because she's
now.
powerful.
Yep.
She's a woman. She served in the military. They fear her. So she's.
But some of them are going to fall, guys. I'm telling you.
Well, I'll tell you,
some of them are going to fall.
But they have to pick and choose who they're going to go after. Who they're going to be the nastiest.
I think the one that really has to achieve a lot, and he doesn't even technically have a position, quote, on the books, is Vivek Ramaswamy, right?
Yeah.
Because this is a guy with presidential aspirations. If he doesn't pull off in conjunction with Elon Musk what he hopes to in a year and a half, he's going to be all talk and no go.
You guys also have to remember, too, like I know the narrative is sweeping mandate, and on some cases it was, but actually if you look at the actual raw totals, it wasn't. And the narrow margin right now in the Senate and the House is something that you can't, the Senate more, is something you can't take lightly, because you're going to get the Murkowskis, you're going to get the Susan Collins, you're going to the Republicans that vote a lot of times with the Democrats. You're going to get a lot of them that are not going to just rubber stamp these people through. So you have to be careful about that.
That's a good point.
Speaking of that, Justin Trudeau, the Prime Minister of Canada, went to Mar-a-Lago. He just had a brief comment on how the meeting went with Donald Trump from the media at the end. This is cut 7. Go. Coming out of the elevator.
Was your productive meeting with President-elect?
It was an excellent conversation.
How are you talking about your relationship?
It was an excellent conversation, in case you
that if there's one guy that makes my skin crawl more than Gavin Newsom, like you just look at Gavin and you think total used car salesman. You just can't buy a word he says. It's probably Trudeau. Wasn't he the guy that was at a Taylor Swift concert 2 weeks ago as Toronto was burning down and they were dealing with all sorts of issues?
They have a lot of anti-Semitism happening in Montreal.
Or it was Montreal, maybe.
Yeah, it was Montreal. You know why? Because the French up there are a bunch of anti-Semitic creeps. That's why. It's because you let these French Canadians in there. These subhumans. Who are all anti-Semitic. Ew, the Jews, VV. God, I hate. Sorry.
It's funny. Trump says 25% tax. Canada, get your immigration situation under wraps. Let's get the border secured, north and south. All of a sudden, I pop on Twitter on Friday and I see flight trackers from Trudeau from Canada to Florida. It's like, I wonder where he's going. These guys are all weasels.
That would be fair. Trump can't really go to Canada.
I wouldn't go to Canada either.
Well, I mean, he can't because he's a convicted felon.
Oh, that's true. You can't travel out of the country. By the way, what's Canada's best export? We ought to get into that one day. You a Canadian beer guy?
No.
You don't like Molson?
No.
Labatt?
Look, Montreal's a fine city. Like it's cold and snowy, and I can't take the arrogance of the French Canadians, and they think they're better.
Yeah. You ever been to Vancouver?
No.
Toronto?
Yeah.
You have? I'd like to go to Toronto.
Toronto's a nice city.
Yeah.
Not a lot of French people there.
Right. They say Toronto's a lot like New York City. Not a lot of French people.
The French thing is becoming a joke.
It really is. You hate the French more than Al Bundy did in Married with Children.
Yeah, I can't take the arrogance and the anti-Semitism of these people.
When I think of Canada,
Creeps.
I don't know. I haven't been to Quebec, but I think of like Calgary. I think of It's beautiful in Calgary.
Yeah. What's the best time of year to go to Canada? What, summer?
Summertime.
Summertime?
June.
Yeah.
June and July.
Phil Almquist says Rush is the best thing to come from Canada. I would agree with that.
Who?
The band Rush.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Of course.
Today,
Democrat Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett predicts that Trump won't follow through with mass deportations.
Oh, really? Okay.
Cut 5, Phil.
Expect mass protests in response to mass deportations?
I do, but I also don't expect mass deportations. I think that it sounds good and they look like the tough guys, and we know that that has really been their brand, is to basically look like the bullies that they are. But, you know, when you start to get into the nitty gritty and start to talk about details, that's when they're like, well, we didn't realize this or that, or even when you start to talk about the cost. When we start to ramp up what the cost will look like for us to actually effectuate this, but then also look at the cost to our economy, I just don't really see it happening. As the mayor pointed out, he talked about those service workers and things like that. And someone who serves on the agriculture committee, I can tell you that I have talked to countless farmers that talk about the need for these migrant workers. So listen, unless your viewers are planning to send their kids to school so that they can go and work on the farms, then God bless, we can make sure that we keep American agriculture going. But the reality is that that is not who's been working the farms in recent years. It has been these migrants. When we look at our hospitality, it has been migrants. When we look at the restaurant workers, it has been migrants. And so, you know, when we start to look at the cost, not only coming directly out of our pocket to effectuate this, but also the cost to our economy, I just don't think that they're going to do it. And ultimately, he'll blame it on somebody else, or we're all supposed to forget, just like we forgot about the wall that Mexico was going to pay to build.
Nope.
So I think there's many layers to this, but on the surface, I think the easiest thing Trump can do of all the big issues that he was running on to get elected, the one that I think you can see the most significant impact as soon as possible is immigration and the border. You start with executive orders and executive actions on day one. You seal off the dam. What does that mean? You shut the border down. So we're stopping the flow right away, and that gives us time to track down these individuals that have been here since Joe Biden and Kamala Harris and Mayorkas let them in January of 2021. And look, is it going to be done overnight? No. But when you have somebody like Tom Homan, as passionate about the subject matter as he is, and oh, by the way, Dawn reported earlier in the news this morning, and I know it's not our city, but it is pretty symbolic. New York City, what was the number? 68,000, Dawn?
58.
58,000?
58 plus.
58 plus. So I've got to imagine that these people that work in this community, intelligence-wise, know who these people are and will be able to track them down. And look, you know, financially, do I want to spend the money that's being reported that it's going to cost to deport these people? No. On the surface, I don't. But you know what? It's a necessary evil. And again, ask yourself this. How much is your safety worth? You know, do you want to have your daughter be the next Laken Riley? Do you want to end up having somebody get mugged, raped, murdered, beaten to a pulp? What price tag is that worth? That's the question you have to ask yourself.
Speaking of borders, our Tom Homan, he was on Fox News over the weekend. It says that the Trump administration will show America the atrocities happening at the U.S.-Mexico border for transparency. Roll it.
How many children weren't left unattended on the border? And how many terrorists didn't make in this country? President Trump's policies were humane. The Biden open borders policies is the most inhumane thing I've ever seen. They're killing Americans in record numbers, killing aliens in record numbers, and cause the biggest national security vulnerability I've seen in this nation. That is why I'm passionate about this. I'm glad they showed that video. My heart breaks for that little girl, but I've held dying children. I've held dead children. I've talked to girls as young as 9 years old that were raped multiple times by cartels. That's what happens in that border. And under the Trump administration, we're going to show that to everybody. We're going to be very transparent so people understand why we have to do what we're doing.
Tom, real quick before I let you go, one of the arguments that the left makes is that if you start deporting people, we're going to have a labor shortage here in this country, that essentially everything hinges on the illegals that are here. Now, that's not necessarily true because 4 years ago when Trump shut the border down, we had enough legal immigrants to do the jobs we needed, and the economy certainly didn't hit a standstill. As a matter of fact, when they come here illegally, they don't get permits to work right away because they won't be paying taxes. And so ultimately, they love using that argument, saying, oh, everything's going to shut down as soon as you start taking people out. But that is not true.
As I've testified many times in front of Congress, and Congress, do your job. Do your job and make sense of our immigration laws. But illegal immigration is not a victimless crime. When you cause a crisis as big as you've caused the last 4 years that overwhelms the Border Patrol, where most agents are pulled off their security detail, that's when the fentanyl comes across that kills Americans. That's when the sex trafficking of women and children up 600%. That's when women and children die. So if you want to fix it, Congress, do your job. But until then, we're going to force the laws of this country. We're going to force the laws enacted by Congress and signed by the President, and we're not going to be apologetic about it. We need to secure the border and save lives.
Tom.
Absolutely love that guy. But by the way, he was referencing one of those children. Did you see the child? I think it was over Thanksgiving break. There was a picture, and of course the face is blurred out. I think the New York Post had it. A 2-year-old daughter coming across the border with no parents.
Yeah.
A 2-year-old girl. I mean, that's the level of which he's talking about here, of exposing and showing all of these inhumane things that are occurring right there.
That little 2-year-old in a pink little fuzzy fleece jacket.
Yeah.
And asking, where's mommy and daddy?
Yeah.
And the interpreter asking. And by the way, she was with, 60 kids that they, thank God, they intercepted, but she was the youngest. And then her belief, where are your parents? Oh, that she says mommy and dad. Like, she thinks they've been lying to her, telling her parents are in the United States.
Yep.
And so that makes you infer that this child was kidnapped. And God only knows what they had intended.
It's a humanitarian disaster.
Oh, my. And I think this is the legacy of this administration.
Oh, no question.
That years from now, they'll look at this and say, my God, to allow these children, 291,000 children missing in this country who are presumed, and that's the thing, they're saying they're presumed to be in harm's way or being human trafficked or, God forbid, with pedophiles. First of all, these sicko pedophiles among us, that's a task force in and of itself.
Yep.
But then think about the legacy of this administration allowing hundreds of thousands of these children to be collateral damage because basically they were apathetic to the fact that these kids and people may suffer with human trafficking at the expense of creating a whole new generation of blue voters.
Right.
And having the opposite effect, thank God.
And then you look at the workforce and, they're not going to have enough people to take these jobs. Well, there was enough people to take the jobs that were legal immigrants the first time around. But you know what? Some of these jobs, you want people to take them? Some of these companies and these CEOs, stop taking your bonuses on a quarterly basis for a cool million, 1.2 million, and pay some of these people a livable wage, and those jobs would be filled up.
Yeah, in truth, there are some jobs that traditionally you can just create work visas. I mean, they're doing that now, but they need to supersize that.
Yep.
And so that's what I expect the Trump administration to do as they think about this, and that's part of, Trump talking about the tariffs. And they say, well, how these tariffs are not going to work? Well, because what he's saying is, okay, either you pay a tariff or you just bring your foreign company. We send all those jobs out of the country, put the factories here, put the American people to work.
There you go.
And so you'll have all these new jobs. And then, if there are some jobs that need to be filled by work visas, create more visa programs.
Boom.
On the other side of the country, California will use tax dollars to fund legal fees for illegal migrants facing deportation. Senator Padilla was on one of the Sunday morning shows discussing this from California. This is what he said. This is Face the Nation. Go.
The governor has called a special session that will convene this week to set aside money to battle the Trump administration. Will some of that money also be set aside to protect migrants and undocumented immigrants in California as they seek either legal advice or continued legal financial backing to support their efforts to stay within California and the United States?
Yeah. Again, if the first Trump administration is any indicator, we know that there will continue to be a lot of fear in communities, and communities that deserve to know what their rights are and what their rights are not. And so if it's legal assistance, legal advice, legal support, that's just the California way. We embrace our diversity. Our diversity is what's made our communities thrive and our economy thrive. And so we will assist families against the threats of the Trump administration.
I'm so sick of Democrats with the word fear. Oh, there's going to be lots of fear. Yeah, there should be fear. You should be fearful when you break the law. I mean, I don't know what's more egregious, the fact that Kamala Harris wanted to use taxpayer dollars to fund illegal immigrant sex changes while in prison, or my tax dollars, if I lived in California, going to illegal immigrants to pay for their legal fees. We pay these people's salaries, which is bad enough.
Yep.
Then I got to pay for your legal defense after you, first of all, came here illegally. So that's crime number one. And then you get caught, probably because you're committing crime number two, which is theft, burglary, rape, murder. And I got to fund that as well? No.
I have like 4 pages of stuff.
Yeah.
So can we take a break real fast?
Yeah.
And then on the other side, I have a man whose friends and family disowned him and uninvited him from Thanksgiving dinner because, you guessed it, he voted for Donald Trump.
I'm looking forward to the holiday horror stories.
Yes.
Yeah.
Also, the Blue Sky COO was on talking about that app that all of the liberals are flocking away from, or they're flocking to away from X, plus all the Ohio State, Michigan debacle that happened on Saturday.
What a disaster.
RFK Jr. in the shower. I have that too.
You got Bobby in the shower?
Bobby in the shower. But we should get to that on the other side.
All right. We'll do that on the other side as we continue. Cut Sheet continues on this Monday, Cyber Monday. It's Kayal and Company, Talk Radio, 1210 WPHT.
It is Cyber Monday, and you'll find incredible savings on whatacrock.com. Whatacrock.com's delicious, easy-to-prep meals make it so easy. I just put one of their meals into my slow cooker in the morning, go about my day. When I come home, dinner is waiting, just simmering. You walk in the house, Mom, what's for dinner? It smells so good. I want you to check out Whatacrock's huge Cyber Monday deals. By the way, 15% off site-wide. Plus, you get 75% off select meals. Get $10 in Whatacrock cash to use for yourself for every $20 you spend on gift cards. So, you're sending a gift, but you get a little something for you too. And then you get a $15 gift card with the purchase of any gift box and more. These are great gifts, by the way. People love them because you're sending something that it's like a home-cooked meal. It's delicious. Unlike most meal kit companies, there is no prep required at all. Trust me on this. And the cleanup is quick and easy. It's as simple as dropping that meal into your slow cooker and voila, dinner is one and done. That's why I love Whatacrock. Discovered them in a little farmer's market not far from my home years ago, and they're local. They started locally, and now they're national for a reason, because they're delicious. No subscription required, no commitment required to order, so you can order what you want when you want it. Do this, whatacrock.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Make your first NBA bet a swish with FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino. It's America's #1 sportsbook. FanDuel has all your favorite bets, from who will win the game to how many points a player will score. Plus, check out newer bets like the number of dunks, assists, or three-pointers in the next 3 minutes. It doesn't matter if you tap into FanDuel before the game starts or after it already tipped off. You can pick up a W whenever. And now is the perfect time to get in on the action, because right now new customers can bet $5 and get $150 in bonus bets if your bet wins. First, just go to FanDuel.com/Greg. FanDuel.com/Greg for your chance to score $150 in bonus bets. Have a ball betting with FanDuel, the official sportsbook partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 1210 WPHT, 21 and over, President PA. First online real money wager, only $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Nothing delivers comfort and joy quite like the unrivaled quality and taste
of Omaha Steaks. It's guaranteed perfection in every single bite. And right now, you can save on unforgettable gifts with 50% off site-wide at omahasteaks.com. Plus, score an extra $30 off with promo code NICK. With 5 generations of experience, they consistently deliver the world's best steak experience. And the gifting experts at Omaha Steaks have made it easy to deliver that perfect gift with thoughtfully curated gift packages featuring gourmet favorites. From legendary steaks to mouth-watering desserts and more, save 50% off site-wide for a limited time at omahasteaks.com. Plus, our listeners get an extra $30 off with promo code NICK. That's 50% off at omahasteaks.com. That's omahasteaks.com. And an extra $30 off with promo code NICK. Minimum purchase may apply.
We know you're uncertain about psychics. Is this fortune teller you found on a forum legit?
Your one true love is...
me! That's why California psychics reject 98% of the psychics who apply to work with us. We guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. New customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. So experience the joy of certainty at CaliforniaPsychics.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. An important message about your timeshare from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. Contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about timeshare cancellation.
Call 800-408-4040. That's 800-408-4040.
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Kayal and Company as we continue the 8 o'clock hour, brought to you by Budget Blinds. The holidays are here. Budget Blinds, your one-stop shop for blinds, shades, shutters, custom drapery, and motorization. Visit budgetblinds.com. Free in-home consultation and the only no questions asked warranty in the business. Schedule your holiday consultation today and ask about their special radio offer. Don't forget, civics test. Coming up 9:20 today. Are you smarter than an 8th grader?
Are you smarter than Nick Kayal?
Are you smarter than Nick Kayal? 85% of the audience is.
Bernie Sanders was interviewed. You know how he can afford 3 homes on a $179,000 salary?
Charge $95 for an autographed book?
Well,
for a man who hates capitalism?
Well, his finances were brought up and how a man who's literally spent his entire life, making that salary for, as a public servant. How does he afford 3 houses? Well, he tells you. Go.
Now, how did I get the money? You're right. I wrote 2 best-selling books, including this book on capitalism.
Yep.
It was New York Times bestseller for a while.
Anti-capitalism.
And also another book was a youth book. And I make, $175,000 a year. And that's more or less how I became the zillionaire that I am.
Oh, all right. Well,
the math doesn't add up, guys.
No,
unless
doesn't.
He got. So are you telling me he got like a $5 million advance or whatever for his books?
I was just going to ask you because it seems like everybody these days has either written a book or is writing one currently. Is the book industry that lucrative?
Yeah.
I mean, should we all start thinking about writing our own book, Dawn? I mean, I don't know. Do you want to write a book? I've got stories to tell.
I would love to read Dawn Stedtler's book.
Yeah, I'm not.
I don't know. I mean, this is how you get ahead.
Not happening.
The hell with the $175 a year. I'm just going to write books.
Funniest thing that happened to me was when I had that talk show in Jersey, and they brought a psychic on, and I said, "Don't even. I'm married to Larry Menti. I don't want you to even say any of my secrets. Just zip it.
Right.
Just zip it."
So seriously, 100 and now look, if you make $175,000 a year, and let's say you've been making that for 30 years. You're probably going to be relatively well off in your life. But you ain't going to be a zillionaire. You ain't going to be Bernie Sanders.
Yeah. $2.5 million that was his advance. Yeah.
Wow.
I'm looking at Forbes.
To write a book on anti-capitalism. It's so...
And yes, I'm being facetious. I know how Bernie's made his money, just like all these hacks that go in there and walk out with gazillions because of insider trading, allegedly. It's just speculation. But, I mean, I guess the other question would be, and I'm being honest when I ask this, what's his wife do? I mean, does his wife make $200,000 a year?
She's had book deals, too, just this year. She had not as much.
Right.
It's just this year she had about $100,000 book advance.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, it
So
ain't
both of
cheap.
them writing books.
It ain't cheap to live in Vermont
No.
either.
No.
Like it's the whitest, area.
Mm-hmm.
Not cheap.
Big wealthy cabins.
Yes.
Oh,
that's not cheap to live up there.
No.
The man has 3 places.
Look, I mean, we all know what's going on with these politicians with the stock market, but the reality is this: I don't like that's the game. I hate it. I hate the fact that it is the way it is, but that's the way it is. The thing, just don't insult don't be sitting here talking about hating capitalism for years and years and years as a socialist.
That's the problem.
Writing books, but yet that you were the biggest benefactor of capitalism, Bernie.
Yep.
You might be the biggest hypocrite in all of politics because he is known when you say Bernie Sanders, what comes to mind, right?
Yeah, but
his disdain for capitalism.
But I actually think I don't mind as much if people get a book deal and it's all these numbers are released. The problem, they do need to crack down on the loopholes surrounding the basically insider trading.
Right.
Even though they have claimed that they cracked down on it, it's not good enough, and we know why they haven't changed those rules.
No.
And that would take bipartisan support.
Right. And remember when Trump said it and Chappelle echoed it at that show. He's like, don't ridicule him. I'm paraphrasing here, but you have taken advantage of all of the same loopholes that I have, and you have the ability to change it, but you won't, right?
This is a little bit more of a visual, but Nick, if you can describe what's happening here. This is cut 4, Phil. This is a staffer for New York City Mayor Eric Adams' Office of Special Projects and Community Events. Another job, I'm sure we can.
Another job we just created on the fly.
I'm sure we can get rid of this job too. This is Nala Sutherland, okay, and she was seen over the weekend on the streets of New York, ripping down Israeli hostage posters.
Another one of these clowns. Okay.
By the way, she's been tasked her job for these special projects and community events. She's been tasked with bridging cultural divides.
Oh. So she's trying to create unity.
That's right.
Right.
That's right.
Okay.
All right, roll this. Phil,
The reason you're taking those down? Those are hostages. They're
Yanking
taking
them all
terrorists.
down.
There's a reason you're taking them down?
Right off the poles, right
Just
on the street
curious
corner.
here.
Yep. Oh, swiped at the phone.
That's assault, actually.
Uh-huh.
You know that, right?
Earbuds in the ear, not
That's
listening.
assault?
Yep. And jaywalking across the street. Boy, I tell you what. I thought we were past that. Seems so 2023, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Remember we were talking about all
It
those
does.
videos?
Yeah.
They were happening here in Philadelphia.
Yep.
Outside of the little shops and restaurants, people walking. Remember the one group that was sitting there? I think it was a dude that started filming the 2 women, and then they sat down at a little table on the sidewalk to eat their lunch or whatever, and he kept interviewing them, and they were getting real hostile towards the line of questioning.
Yep.
I mean, can you imagine? Forget being in a public position like that lady is, where her job is supposed to be basically to promote unity, right? And not create division.
What a job.
And she's walking around yanking down those signs. I've never been inclined once in my life, in just the private world that I live in, to yank down anybody's signs.
Yep, agreed.
You should be slapped for that.
Well, we're not.
Slapped with a fine.
We're not advocating that.
No, of course not.
Slap with a fine. Thank you, Dawn.
Yeah.
Dawn.
Financial slappage.
By the way, since I'm going to play a video that's a little bit more visual again. So everybody on YouTube right now, thank you for watching. Please hit the like button and hit the subscribe button. It's all free if you have not done so yet. All of you watching, hit the like button and hit the subscribe button. There's a big difference between the people watching and the amount of likes, which means maybe we need to do a better job. I don't know.
You got to get back to pandering.
I know. But make sure you hit the subscribe button too, please. This is Cheryl Hines, the wife of RFK Jr., is promoting, because everybody has a grift these days, is promoting a line of Maha candles for her self-care products. The company is Hines & Young.
Okay.
In a short video she posted on her story on the platform Friday, I guess this is on Facebook, the Curb Your Enthusiasm star hawked candles for Black Friday while Kennedy showered behind her.
Ah, jeez. I have to be the one to describe this? Can't Dawn take this one?
Well, you can't. I mean,
okay.
Her head is covering up his naughty parts.
All right. Viewer discretion is advised.
I hate these two, too. I can't.
The Kennedys or the French. Only one can stay.
I can't take these
Who
two.
will stock her pick?
Like a candle. Like, oh, God, can you be any more nauseating? These candles will make you healthy.
I thought scented candles were bad for you.
You know what doesn't make you healthy? Or infidelity. But I wouldn't know anything about that.
Oh, you're gonna get comments in the YouTube.
I don't care. All right, roll it, Phil.
You can't take a shower. I'm doing a video.
Bobby's washing his hair.
No, I'm
Look at that.
You got to give me a second. I'm doing a video.
Don't move, Cheryl. Do not move.
Honey, it's 60% off.
Let me ask you,
60% off.
What exactly, other than the fact that they're both freaks, what is the point of going? Is that live? What is the story? Is that recorded and then posted?
Yeah.
Why do you have to do that while your husband's butt naked in the shower? It looks like Uncle Frank in Home Alone.
I think it was a bit. Yeah,
it was a bit. They were trying to be kind of funny.
Yeah, hysterical.
I don't know. The Kennedys are just not funny. I mean, I'm rooting for Bobby to do good work,
You know
what would be NIH.
You know what would have been funnier? You know what would have been funnier if Cheryl Hines would have walked in and Olivia Nuzzi would have been showering with RFK Jr. Now that would have been funny.
Well, then I would have.
Or Larry David,
Yeah.
who she stars with. Larry David should have written the bit for her. You know what I mean? She's not. Yeah. She's trying to be funny. She's not Larry David. She's not funny.
Wasn't there reports out there that Cheryl was gonna ditch Bobby if she rode with Trump? Whatever happened to that proclamation?
Not so much.
I'm freezing my ass off up here.
Yeah, she's an opportunist, just like the rest of them.
How old is Cheryl Hines? She's very attractive. I'm going to be creeped out by Bobby now. I'm going to picture Bobby in the shower tonight.
Former FDA commissioner and Pfizer board member Scott Gottlieb, speaking of RFK Jr., says America may see a polio outbreak if RFK Jr. is confirmed.
Oh.
Cut 8. Phil, go.
Joining us right now to talk about all of this and what it means to the sector is Dr. Scott Gottlieb. Of course, he is the former FDA commissioner under the last Trump administration. He's also a CNBC contributor. And, Scott, you're still a board member at Pfizer as well?
That's right.
Okay, and a board member at Pfizer. Let's jump into this. And why don't we start with the incoming administration's choices? Because there's been a lot of consternation, a lot of people who have said, wait a second, with RFK Jr. heading things up. What do you say as somebody who served in the last Trump administration?
Look, I have deep concerns about Kennedy's stated intentions to roll back core public health protections, particularly as it relates to childhood vaccines. He's brought in a very experienced team, a lot of lawyers from the Children's Defense Fund, which is his anti-vax organization. These guys are capable. I think they're deadly serious. They've been very clear about their intentions. And I think sometimes you have to take people at their word. And just to sort of level set where we are right now, we had 5,000 cases of pertussis last year. We're going to have 30,000 cases this year. Pregnant women, for the first time in a very long time, now need to think about pertussis as a risk during pregnancy. And if you look at vaccination rates for MMR, there's states that really are at the tipping point in terms of reduced vaccination rates. Herd immunity is achieved at a level of about 95% coverage. If you look at Idaho, it's at 79%. You look at Alaska and Wisconsin, 84%. Minnesota, 87%. Florida, Colorado, Oklahoma, Georgia, and Utah at 88%. When I was at FDA in 2018, 2019, all those states were in the low 90s. If we lose another 5%, we're going to be in a position where we see distributed outbreaks of measles, and that could easily happen in the next few years.
MMR, measles, mumps, rubella, pertussis is whooping cough?
Whooping cough.
So you're a physician. What do you worry about? What do you see?
Well, what I worry about is that we're at a tipping point where we're going to start to see epidemics of diseases that have long been vanquished. And God forbid we see polio reemerge in this country. This could happen in the next 4 years, especially with MMR. The measles vaccination rates have dipped to a point where we're at a tipping point right now. Another 5% down and we'll be there.
So, first of all, Scott Gottlieb still on the board at Pfizer. So, vested interest in continuing to see profits for Pfizer. So, I almost want to discredit almost everything he says. By the way, you talk about vaccination rates down since 2019. Let's connect the dots. Why would that be? Oh, because we were told that a vaccine was 100% safe and effective, and the virus dies with you the moment you're vaccinated. You can't get sick again. You can't spread it. All lies or complete inaccuracies. Either way, there's no wonder why vaccine rates are going down. And look, some of them are very beneficial. I think they should be your choice. And we live in a country where big food and big pharma have killed countless Americans. I think, as unhealthy as this country is, we could use somebody like Bobby Kennedy. And if it doesn't work out, well then, oh well, we go back to being unhealthy again. What's the downside to Bobby Kennedy? And by the way, he's going to face unbelievable pushback. Mm-hmm. And you talked about the challenges in 2 years. Bobby Kennedy's going to have so much red tape to deal with his group of lawyers. So what he's able to achieve versus the fear of polio in 4 years, there won't be no polio. I'm more worried about another pandemic than I am polio.
I mean, guys,
bird flu.
Here's the thing. Well, if we want to keep drinking raw milk, bird flu might actually be an issue. Here's the thing though about we can't not vaccinate for polio and measles, mumps, and rubella. Like that would take. Yes, it could be your choice not to do it, but we talk all the time about herd immunity. Mm-hmm. If you have a bunch of people that are these vaccines wane over time. Mm-hmm. So you're going to start seeing more cases of this popping up. And measles is incredibly deadly, especially for kids. So
I'm all
we
for
need
those.
we need to have those vaccinations. We do.
Like the certain vaccines that your kids get right away, so that they can go to school. I understand that. I'm not saying I'm not anti-vax by any stretch, but like some of these vaccines that are just shoved down our throat that are totally optional. I mean, I'm not taking some of them.
We should break again, but I have the guy who was uninvited from Thanksgiving dinner by his friends and family because he voted for Trump. We can get to that on the other side if you want to.
I'd love to hear some Thanksgiving stories as well out there from our audience. If you had to deal with any awkward or heated conversations.
Heated.
For the first time, 3 weeks removed from the election results. 855-839-1210. We continue with part 3 of the cut sheet. Told you Stalker had a bunch.
I do.
Woo.
We're back after this.
You've heard me talk about Chapman windows, doors, and siding for years now. How much I just love the Chapman family team and the work that they've done in my home. So, by now, if I needed windows, doors, siding, stucco remediation, I would only trust the Chapman family team. They are now running this special holiday promotion. You're going to love this. It's from now until December 31st. Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding offering 20% off of James Hardy siding and any doors or windows purchased as part of this project. So you've seen James Hardy siding. It's beautiful. The James Hardy, the fiber cement siding, it will not burn. They're engineered to protect against damage from things like fire, water, extreme weather, pests, and of course, time. Take advantage of this fantastic promotion before it's too late. Whether you or somebody you know, maybe you're looking for windows, doors, siding, shutters, hardware, all those different choices, or maybe siding choices or stucco remediation. They're experts in that as well. Please give Chapman Windows a call. You can text them. They're local, they're like-minded, and they're listening right now. 610-431-8898. Visit them online, ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. ChapmanWindowsDoors.com for all the details. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Hey, radio listeners, don't miss the Legacy Box Cyber Week sale going on now.
You've heard about Legacy Box all year long, and with our Cyber Week sale, now is the time to take advantage of our best sale of the year. Legacy Box is the most meaningful gift you can give this holiday season. It's simple, safe, and has been trusted by millions.
That's right, it's our best sale of the year. Right now, when you go to LegacyBox.com, you can save an unreal 65% on your Legacy Box.
And for a limited time, you can preserve your tapes, film reels, and photos for as low as $27, saving you hundreds.
Hurry, our best sale of the year won't last long. Visit LegacyBox.com for an unreal 65% off during our Cyber Week sale. With limited quantities ready to ship, this deal will go fast.
Shop our Cyber Week sale now at LegacyBox.com/value to take 65% off. Buy your Legacy Box today and send in when you're ready. LegacyBox.com/value.
Uh-oh, Brad's buzzed.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, he's starting with the woots. And now a speech.
I just want to say that friendship is about heart and brain. Who's with me?
Good thing is, he knows when he's buzzed.
And my brain is saying, when it's time to go home, somebody call me a ride.
Love that guy.
Me too.
Know your buzzed warning signs? Call for a ride when it's time to go home. Buzz driving is drunk driving. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. An important message about your timeshare from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. Contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about timeshare cancellation.
Call 800-408-4040. That's 800-408-4040.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. One of the biggest and healthiest sales of the year is back again. Rescue Natural Supplements Black Friday sale is here, and right now, Rescue is slashing prices on every supplement with discounts up to an incredible 80% off. Rescue has a wide variety of products to address your health needs, including immunity, cholesterol support, heart health, and natural energy enhancers. Grab huge savings on omega-3s, probiotics, and a lot more, so get shopping now. This Rescue Black Friday sale ends Monday at midnight. Shop today at res-q.com, res-q.com, or call a Rescue product consultant at 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Again, all Rescue supplements are up to 80% off until Monday at midnight. So why wait? Shop massive savings on essential supplements at res-q.com. That's res-q.com. Do it today.
It's Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra at Westchester University and Pittman, New Jersey in February.
Allen Iverson, Joel Embiid.
My dad set this up. This was actually a Christmas gift to bring us all together, come see Joe and relive all the Philadelphia history. It's amazing.
That's Conklin with City Rhythm and the story of Philly sports through music. Westchester University on February 21st and the Broadway Theater in Pittman, New Jersey on February 22nd. Tickets to a Conklin show make great holiday gifts. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-253-6259. 800-253-6259. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-253-6259.
Free speech lives here. With Dom Giordano, weekdays noon till 3 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
All right, it's 8:52 on this Monday morning, December 2nd, Cyber Monday. Hopefully all of you having a great start to your day. It looks beautiful out, except it's frigid. Stay warm. Bundle up. 9 o'clock hour is on the way. Dawn will have a big 3, and then we will get to, courtesy of the Washington Post,
Do you know more civics than an 8th grader? 10 questions. I took them this morning. I got 7 out of 10. If you can beat that, you'll get the prize of the day. And you might want to start climbing in and get in on my board. 855-839-1210. We'll come to you probably in about 15 to 20 minutes and see if we can get a winner. How many people do you think are actually going to be ready to answer these? I mean, they're not overly difficult to comprehend.
Yeah.
And they're multiple choice. And, I think we have a savvy audience. I think we could easily get to somebody that's smart enough to get 8 out of 10. No duck going the answer while you're on the radio, by the way. There's going to be no cheating.
I mean, okay.
We do have the smartest audience.
It actually doesn't work because you've been promoting where it is all morning. So people can just Google
you think
it.
You think they're going to be able to find it? A lot of stuff on the Washington Post website.
Okay. Oh, my God.
Well, it doesn't.
Oh, my God.
Don't worry. It'll all work out.
Yeah, okay.
I got it. I've got it. Let's continue.
All right, cut 19, Phil. This is this man and his said that his family and friends disowned and uninvited him from Thanksgiving dinner because he voted for Trump. You can play this, Phil.
It's cold.
Family, I'm sad to announce that I have nowhere to spend Thanksgiving. All the people from the comment section that said I could come over, I reached out to them in the DMs, but I didn't get a reply. And honestly, I had 2 people in mind that said that I could actually come, but they actually took away their invite because other family members weren't okay and comfortable with me being in the house because I'm a stranger. So it's not their fault. I don't blame you guys, NAGA family. I still love you. I know letting a stranger into a home is really uncomfortable for a lot of people, but it is what it is. And thank you for all the support. It's sad to spend Thanksgiving alone, but I'm going to go to the soup kitchen down the street and just see if I can just have a meal there. But thank you all for everything. I also don't have a car. I'm not mobile. So if you were asking me to go somewhere that's more than an hour out of my reach, there was no way that I would be able to get there. But thank you for everything.
Man, I guess there's a lot of people that took Joy Reid's opinion to heart, saying do not extend offers, do not allow people over that voted differently than you. I got to tell you, I did not have any issues whatsoever. Surprisingly, a very low-key Trump victory Thanksgiving.
Oh.
Yeah.
Nice.
No drama.
Yeah.
It was unbelievable. It was refreshing. It really was. Did you have any drama, either of you? Any
Nope.
liberal versus conservative bickering over the results?
It was great. It was nice.
Nope. Everybody's like, pass the potatoes.
Okay.
Pass the stuffing.
All right. I mean, I had a little grin on my face, but, there's football on. I was happy.
So funny.
Jimmy Matthews says it'll still work, Greg. The site is a pay site to the civic schools.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. But the loopholes I had to jump around just to get in to take the damn test.
Let me end with this. Did either of you watch the Macy's Thanksgiving parade on Thursday?
We were actually going to go if it wasn't for the rain.
So wait, you were going to go to the ABC
one in Philadelphia?
The one in Philadelphia.
Yeah,
not he's talking about New York.
This is the one in New York.
Oh, okay. No, I did not.
I saw this over the weekend, and I just wanted to play. This is more of a visual thing. YouTube.com/1210WPHT if you want to see this. This is a Macy's Thanksgiving parade from 1927.
Oh, my God.
This looks like something out of my worst nightmare dreams.
Okay.
The costumes that these people, it looks like a horror movie, honestly.
I was going to say, without seeing it, let me guess, everybody is skinny and looks like they're happy and having a good time?
No, the costumes are weird. Everybody's all dressed up because, that was the time. But
right.
Check this out. Roll
97 years ago.
Yeah.
Look at this. Even got an intro.
Look at that. Look at these. What?
They look like cavemen and then people with lions hats.
I mean, this is really cool to see. Like, I'm glad there's footage of this.
Look at this.
They have, like horses and buggies.
Yeah,
but
carriage.
Look at these. Look at this. This looks like some weird acid trip.
Can't relate to that, but I'll take your word.
Doesn't it look like something out of a horror movie? Really? Like, look at this.
Yeah. Is that a pig or is that a cat? It's just basically big heads.
Big heads.
Everybody's got fake big heads.
Big heads.
All right, here comes like a float. Oh, that's on wheels.
They're coming around scaring the living you-know-what out of kids.
Yep.
Look at the giant dog.
A couple of guys with, fake rifles. Yeah. Yeah, as everybody back in the day wore the trench coat, nice long coat.
I just thought this was cool.
Little Red. Here comes Little Red Riding Hood.
Yeah. Oh, man. Look at this.
Look
Unbelievable.
how clean the streets are.
I know.
Everybody had polio. it was a wonderful time.
Maybe polio's not so bad. I haven't seen one fat person.
Scarlet fever.
There's a young guy with a mustache. Look, there's not one. Not one fat person.
People lived to the ripe old age of 35 back in the day.
Seriously, look at all these people.
I know.
Does anybody look like they're out of shape or obese? Not a single one, standing or walking.
This is amazing. It's amazing. I don't know. I saw this over the weekend.
The
I was
horses.
just like, I got to bring this to the cut sheet.
Yeah.
I just think it's. Oh, man.
I'll tell you what, you laugh, but I guarantee you a lot of people were a lot happier then than they are now.
It's true. Phil, can we play this without sound throughout the commercial break?
Yeah. How long is this? Just keep it rolling.
It's like 5 minutes, yeah.
Okay, yeah.
For the visual people out there who want to stick with us on YouTube, we'll keep this rolling through the commercial.
It's a great
break.
point, Dawn.
Yeah.
No trash.
Yeah.
No
Very
graffiti.
clean.
Yep.
Wow. Make America 1927 again.
I mean, you died if you had a fever, but sure.
What the hell?
It was a good time.
Die of a fever or die from diabetes, have your foot cut off, and then have a heart attack.
That's a good point. All right, let's keep rolling this through the commercial break.
All right, you continue on YouTube. You'll get the 1927 Macy's Parade.
It's amazing.
If you're on the radio side, you'll get some commercials. It's Kayal and Company. 9 o'clock hour is actually underway. We'll come back and officially kick it off. Big 3, and then the 8th grade civics test. That, don't worry, you're not going to be able to see because I know you're not going to pay for the Washington Post.
The 9 o'clock hour brought to you by Winter Ford. The Winter Ford Cherry Hill Get Ready for Holiday Sales event is here. See Dino Rucci and his team for discounts and rebates of up to $10,000 on new Fords. Call 800-428-4000 for details. That's 800-428-4000 for details. Check your savings at winterford.com. That's winterford.com.
There's no need to wait. The time is always right at Colonial Hyundai. Hi, it's John Ashdale, the Cars Are. Today's the best day to buy a new car at Colonial. We have over 200 vehicles in stock. New Palisades, Konas, Tucsons, and the exciting EVs that have taken the world by storm, the Ioniq 5 and 6. We understand that everyone's needs, budgets, and challenges are different. But here at Colonial, we take the stress out of buying a new car. Big incentives, like $6,500 for your trade, guaranteed, no matter the condition. The best financing in the business, no matter your credit, with rates as low as 0%. Plus, we streamline the buying process so you can be in and out of our dealership in no time without any unnecessary hassle or waiting. So why wait? Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com or visit us on Lincoln Highway in Downingtown. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
0% financing applies on select 2024 new Hyundai models. $6,500 for your trade, not available on EVs. Offers cannot be combined. See dealer for more details.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212.
This year, American farmers will harvest 2.8 billion bushels of wheat and 15.1 billion bushels of corn. And to this day, American road workers have built 4.2 million miles of roads and counting. We're proud that John Deere machines rolling off the line here in the USA play a part in supporting Americans who work the land and build a better tomorrow. Nothing runs like a Deere. Learn more at johndeere.com/manufacturing.
Do you owe the IRS $10,000 or more in back taxes? Are you being audited or investigated? Has the IRS sent you a letter demanding payment? You may not owe what they claim. Make this free call to the tax doctor now. Let them negotiate with the IRS on your behalf. Call 800-631-9123. 800-631-9123. That's 800-631-9123.
WPHT, WPHT-HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
Power up the holiday and give a gift from the top of their wish list. Visit your local Steel dealer today or shop online at steelusa.com.
See Joe Conklin's comedy show at St. Albert the Great Church on Welsh Road in Huntington Valley, Saturday, January 11th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
Hey, Dawn here. When it comes to your home, trust is everything. For 45 years, Kitchen Magic has built a reputation for transforming kitchens with precision and care. From custom cabinets to countertops, backsplashes, in just a few days, your dream kitchen becomes a reality without all the hassle. Trust the name your neighbors have relied on for decades. Kitchen Magic. Get your free in-home consultation at kitchenmagic.com. Kitchenmagic.com. Let's cook up something extraordinary. Tell Dawn sent you. Dawn Stensland here. My friends from the Piazza Auto Group believe in giving back and supporting our local communities. This holiday season, Piazza is proud to partner with the Salvation Army to collect new toys for local children. Show your support by dropping off an unwrapped toy in the collection bin at your local Piazza dealership through December 16th. And while there, the Piazza staff will be happy to assist you. For more info or to shop their inventory online, visit piazzaautogroup.com, Piazza, piazzaautogroup.com. Tell Dawn sent you.
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Kayal and Company, 9:06. Fourth and final hour underway. So much for the Macy's Parade if you were watching on YouTube. We got about 5 minutes of that. 9 o'clock hour. Brought to you by Wawa because, well, you've got great taste. And that's why Wawa lets you customize a delicious, crispy, or roasted chicken sandwich just the way you want. Chicken, how you want it. Chicken today at Wawa. 855-839-1210. Our trivia contest, so to speak, coming up at 9:20. Do you know more civics than yours truly, Nick Kayal? We'll give you a chance to, because everybody always says, well, you know, the YouTube chat and on Twitter, you don't know what you're talking about. All right, well, let's see if you put your money where your mouth is, right? And you don't even have to put up any money. We're going to give you a prize. So you're going to have pride. You're going to be able to rub it in my face and get a free gift if you can do better than 7 out of 10. On this civics test. Also, what's on the cut sheet part 12 coming up at the bottom of the hour. Maybe some voicemails today in music history from Phil Almquist, who had to endure another Jets loss in person again yesterday.
Wow.
My guy, he just keeps driving 2 hours to the Meadowlands to watch his team lose.
In the freezing cold.
The commitment to non-excellence is astounding. From Phil Almquist, but it's just remarkable stuff. And then, of course, what's on tap for the Dawn Show. Yep. But before we get to all of that, and by the way, climb in now. Get your spot on the phone lines, 855-839-1210. We're going to give you a chance for the civics test coming up at 9:20 this morning. 10 questions, multiple choice answers. I'll give you all the answers. You pick them, A, B, C, or D, and we'll come to you in about 12 minutes. But let's get to some of the news out there in the world. Time for a Dawn Stensland Big 3 at 9:08.
It's the Big 3 at 9 on Kayal and Company.
Sponsored by McCausland Lock and Alarm this morning. Number one, well, we have President-elect Donald J. Trump predicting, apparently, that President Joe Biden would pardon his son Hunter, technically a local story, since they're from Delaware locally. But this is a decision that is still rocking politics and pundits this morning. So in this one, Donald J. Trump, calling him out a miscarriage of justice, while even Democrats are calling Biden's decision, quote, selfish. 82-year-old commander-in-chief flying to Africa after making the bombshell announcement. This was a White House statement that was released weeks before his son was set, of course, to face sentencing for federal tax and gun crimes. And in it, raising a lot of eyebrows, the fact that President Biden naming out 2014 through 2024, a decades-long period, and really pointing out this morning that 2014 is when Hunter became a board member of one Burisma.
Boy, I would love to have a clean slate for the last 10 years of my life. Just pardoned in every aspect, professionally and personally, criminally. Just like, it's like, you ever see those movies where they have the clean slate on the little disc and it's like you're way out of the world and you get a new life and they just wipe the system clean of all of your information? Wouldn't you love to have one of those do-overs? It's nice.
Yeah, he got a do-over.
Must be nice when your dad's the big guy. By the way, are you a little surprised at the timing? So on Sunday night, they do this coming out of the holiday as opposed to saying this on Tuesday or Wednesday last week as everybody went into their holiday. Typically, the news dump comes when you head into something, not coming out of it, right?
Well, but they were having their vacation. They were on vacation. They didn't want to deal with the drama, the media chasing them down, camping out, because the media would know where they were.
That's true.
Celebrating.
Yeah.
So then they would have been camped out.
Okay.
So now he's got a trip planned.
Yeah.
Tougher to track him down.
Yeah.
Got that one going on. Number 2, and this is there's several new studies out, but one in particular, these new studies revealing that middle-age spread or having a so-called beer belly or muffin top could indicate that you're more likely to get Alzheimer's within 20 years.
A middle-age spread, huh?
A middle-age spread. So the researchers studied people in between their early 40s to early 60s. That was the focus of this study. The good news out of this whole thing is saying that during this time period of middle age, you can make healthy changes that they believe influence your health and your disease risk, especially when it comes to Alzheimer's and dementia.
Okay.
So in this, all of these patients underwent scans of their body to track their visceral fat and at the same time scans of their brain to detect those amyloid proteins that are linked to Alzheimer's specifically. So they say that the latest study shows, and visceral fat just is the fat that wraps around your organs. So that's the so-called skinny fat.
Oh.
That's visceral fat. It's like, maybe some people will call it a beer gut or a wine gut.
Vodka gut.
Or vodka, but you still may have a BMI that's on the charts is healthy.
Oh.
So it's not, how I tease that my brother talks about like hail damage on somebody's legs or butt or whatever. But the hail damage that John calls it, that's subcutaneous fat. Because I had to look this up. What's visceral fat?
Yeah.
So subcutaneous fat, even though we're all think that it's ugly, it's actually not like bad for your health.
Right.
Visceral fat is the one that's sort of hidden because it's in your belly and it's wrapping around your vital organs.
Unlike the visual fat, which is not hidden.
Well put,
which is what I'm dealing with here from like my torso down to my waist. It's the visual fat.
The cool thing is, so they said making these significant changes, if you don't make it, it affects your literally your molecules, your metabolism can lead to cardiovascular disease and all skin, muscle, all these different problems. So the good news is we all have the power and the control to change this. So it's not stuff that you're born with.
Oh, okay.
It's not. So it's having to do with, it's not biological age. It's the type of aging that we all control.
And you said this study was done for people early 40s to early 60s.
Yes, middle-aged people. That's what they're calling it. So middle ages.
I'm in my early 40s, so that's good.
So you qualify.
And
so
the good news is I'll be dead in my early 60s.
No, but that's what they're saying. That because you've always talked about your biological age as far as because of the tragic family history.
Yep.
What they're saying is
bad genes, Dawn, bad genes.
But what they're saying is it's not all about the genes anymore, that we do have a huge level of control
genes
to make these transformations.
Different genes, Joe. Come on.
And to lead healthier lives.
Yeah.
I will give Nick Kayal this. Even though he comes from bad genes, he's still you do try and you work out a lot.
Yeah. You did
you eat clean.
Yeah, I eat clean.
Families behind the badge, stuff like that.
Yeah.
So
you got to have a little
the
the drinking. You got to have a little vice. There's got to be one vice.
That's
have.
right. I work out 5 days a week. I eat clean 6 days a week. I have one cheat day of food, and I have 2 days a week where I booze.
What, Friday and Saturday night?
Friday and Saturday. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
So,
This notion that I drink every night is just fake news on social media.
Well, I mean, especially now that the family's here.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe in the 2 years.
Maybe in 2022 I did.
Maybe in the 2 years when your family wasn't here, there was more boozing.
All right, we don't need to bring that up, Mr. Stocker.
5 nights.
They could be listening.
That'll also be in my book, Dawn.
Hey,
Number
look,
3 in the big 3.
Look, I am all for. I don't care how uncomfortable it makes either of you. I am all for real radio. So
yes.
I'm gonna bring up whatever on my mind.
I am all for giving way too much of my personal life. It's endearing to the audience.
Too much radio is fake. Thank you.
I agree.
By the way, the Bidens are releasing their White House theme this holiday season, a season of peace and light.
Oh,
boy.
So this is the season of peace and light. The First Lady, Dr. Jill Biden, PhD.
My wife's a Philly girl.
She's unveiling the decorations and delivering a holiday message at the White House today.
Peace and light.
Peace and light.
For an administration that's known to plagiarize, I thought you were going to say for a moment, peace and prosperity.
Several hundred volunteers spending the last week decorating the White House's public spaces with nearly 10,000 feet of ribbon, 28,000 ornaments, more than 2,000 doves for the celebration today, and then 165,000 lights on wreaths, garland, and other displays, 83 Christmas trees, etc.
Wow.
Doves, we need Ozzy there to
right?
Bite
or fake Ozzy.
Bite one of their heads off.
Where is fake Ozzy? Come on, fake Ozzy. Get on that voicemail machine. That's coming up later today as well. By the way, speaking of Christmas trees, we did the Christmas tree much against my protest Wednesday night.
Oh, that's not right. No.
The day before Thanksgiving, we put our tree up.
That's a fail. That's a fail, Kale.
I agree, and it rhymes.
That's a fail, Kale.
We did get our tree yesterday. We went and picked it up from Hollids.
Is it officially up, or are you letting it kind of thaw out and open up a little bit?
Yeah, we didn't have. Well, we did it. After church, then we ate, then we went to Hollids, but then we had to get back, for the Eagles.
Yeah,
Eagles. What?
I got to ask you guys, because you've done this in years past, where you get a Christmas tree and then you let it out on the back patio for 2 weeks.
No.
Yes, you have.
I've done it for days.
You cannot pull one over on me, Stanley. I've worked with you too long. And I know that you've done this in the past where it's been literally out on your back patio for 2 weeks, right?
It's in the garage.
Oh, for God's sake.
So
it needs to get in water.
Yeah.
I know.
And when you let it start to thaw out and kind of expand its wings, do you do that after you put it in the stand? Does it go into the stand stiff and unburdened?
Yes.
Stiff and unburdened.
It's in the net thing. We're going to do it today. I promise.
Okay.
Now I have to.
Yeah.
Because I'm being called. Because I usually
put a little sugar in there too.
A little sugar.
Yeah. Is that right? Sugar?
I bought the stuff that you can buy the thing.
Oh yeah,
at the front desk at Hollids.
The
evergreen whatever
stuff. Yeah.
So I'll let you know. I'll put
Docker, when's your tree going up?
It went up on Saturday.
Oh, okay.
So they got it done. They didn't leave it out in the patio.
No. By the way, yes, after Saturday, definitely after. But did you chop yours down, or did you get it from Tree Lot?
From Hollids, True Value. So Lewis Holl. So they actually have them. They've just cut them.
Yeah, no, I get it.
Yeah,
so it's a Tree Lot, but it's you didn't get down on Larry didn't get down on his belly and saw.
Is it straight? Is it up?
Yeah, he's not a saw guy.
Yeah, one of these years, we'll do, Dawn. Right. Me and Larry Bear will go out to the woods. Yeah. We'll chop down our own tree, throw it right in the back of the truck.
It's never going to happen.
Bring it home, show you women how it's done.
Don't feel bad, Dawn. I one of our pantry doors fell off the day before Thanksgiving, and I actually called a handyman. Where are you? Hello. To come and paid a ton of money.
Paid a handyman
for this guy to hang a pantry door for me because I couldn't do it, and we couldn't have that, with all our family coming up there. So
no, Larry actually asked Lewis Holland, "Can you guys deliver?" I'm like, Lewis, let's just throw it in the back of the minivan.
Was this DoorDash?
Come on, man. Can you deliver?
You can get them delivered.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah,
we did.
So you don't have to put it on the roof rack.
I just throw it in there.
Yeah.
I don't even bother with tying it up on the roof rack. You know what? We are sponsored by McCausland Lock and Alarm. Business owners count on McCausland's Lock and Alarm to secure and control access to their facilities, featuring top-of-the-line equipment, industry-leading customer service, and owner Tom McCausland's wealth of experience. I think I need them because Larry had lost his only car key.
Poor Larry.
But I think they do that, right? They do the replacement.
Sure. I feel for
Which if
him.
they
They
lose
do.
one of their keys and then, you know what I mean?
Yep.
Then this is a good time to get McCausland to make your other key.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah.
100%.
Because we had to dig through the garbage. Yeah, that was our Friday.
Yeah.
It's just a
Digging
wang.
through the garbage where he had thrown it away. So McCausland's Lock and Alarm, audience of one.
See, no, I'm
securing your business, securing your future.
This is what I've created. I've created real radio where people just spout out whatever they're thinking.
Yeah.
You'd like to vent about people who lose stuff.
You wanted free speech, brother.
I know. I love it.
Thank you.
Makes us relatable.
McCausland Lock and Alarm. Thank God they exist.
Yes. All right, that'll do it. So let's get to it on the other side.
Yeah.
We will have our civics test, 10 questions, multiple choice. Are you better than Nick Kayal?
Well,
I got a 7 out of 10 at 5:30 this morning.
So is that what we're basing it on, or do they have to get all 10 correct to get the prize?
I would argue if we get to the point by 9:30 or 9:35 and somebody's tied me, that's good enough. By the way, the prize today is a pair of tickets to Yannick's holiday mixtape on December 12th, coming up at the Marian Anderson Hall in Philadelphia. Tickets available at Ensemble, that's ENSEMBLE, artsphilly.org. So that's the prize.
Get in now.
If you do well on the civics, we've got a bunch of people on board already. Brian and Tom will lead us off. You can climb in right behind them. 855-839-1210. Civics test, a prize and pride that you can hold over me forever if you can beat my score of 7 out of 10. Back after this on Kayal and Company. Nothing delivers comfort and joy quite like the unrivaled quality and taste of Omaha Steaks. It's guaranteed perfection in every single bite. And right now, you can save on unforgettable gifts with 50% off site-wide at omahasteaks.com. Plus, score an extra $30 off with promo code NICK. With 5 generations of experience, they consistently deliver the world's best steak experience. And the gifting experts at Omaha Steaks have made it easy to deliver that perfect gift with thoughtfully curated gift packages featuring gourmet favorites. From legendary steaks to mouth-watering desserts and more, save 50% off site-wide for a limited time at omahasteaks.com. Plus, our listeners get an extra $30 off with promo code NICK. That's 50% off at omahasteaks.com. That's omahasteaks.com. And an extra $30 off with promo code NICK. Minimum purchase may apply.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to end your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other IRS actions. Make sure you're getting the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima today for a free confidential consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Give the gift of flavor this holiday season with Hatfield Pork. Whether you're hosting a big family gathering or cozy candlelit dinner, Hatfield bacon, ham, marinated tenderloins, ground pork, and sausage will transform your holiday meal into a savory celebration. Share the joy of great taste this season. Visit simplyhatfield.com for recipes and retail partners near you. Happy holidays from your friends at Hatfield.
Right now might be the best time ever to upgrade your old, inefficient water heater to a state-of-the-art Bradford White Aerotherm heat pump water heater. It's eco-friendly, Energy Star certified for high efficiency, and will help lower your energy bills. Rebates and tax credits are now available that could save you thousands of dollars. How you heat your water matters. So ask your plumbing professional about the Bradford White Aerotherm heat pump water heater, or visit bradfordwhite.com to learn more.
Don't go through another winter spending your hard-earned money on high heating costs or wrapped in the blankets on a couch as cold air comes rushing through your old drafty windows and doors. Upgrade your home with professionally installed energy-efficient windows and doors from my good friends at Guida Door and Window. Guida is celebrating the holidays with their big end-of-year sales event. Get 40% off each window you buy. Yep, 40% off every professionally installed window. You'll also receive 40% off any door, including entry doors, patio doors, garage doors, and storm doors. And don't worry about touching your holiday money, because Guida will start your project with no money down and allow you to pay it off interest-free for up to 12 months. If you need new windows and doors, then you need to go Guida right now so you can take advantage of these huge savings. All prior sales excluded. Offer expires December 31st. So call Guida today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
.25 Monday morning. It's Kayal and Company. Nick, Dawn, and Greg, good to have you in here on this Monday. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. More of the cut sheet coming up in just a little bit. Today in music history, what's on tap for the Dawn Show. But today, and we'll try to do some fun stuff over the next 3 weeks before we wrap up the calendar year for Christmas. Going to try to do some games, do some trivia, find some fun stories out there as we are in the transitory process between one administration to the next. And obviously, we'll talk about the big stories, the big issues of the day. But the first idea was to take this civics test that the Washington Post has behind a paywall. And it's 10 questions. And it's, do you know more civics than an 8th grader? And our prize today is a pair of tickets to Yannick's Holiday Mixtape coming up on December 12th at Marian Anderson Hall in Philadelphia. And I took it this morning. I got 7 out of 10 right. There was one where I second-guessed myself, so I probably would have gotten 8 right. But again, I didn't stick to the tutelage of, always go with your gut and your first instinct. But we've got people on the line.
Yep.
And we'll see if you guys can beat my score of 7 out of 10. I believe somebody will.
So they get one wrong and they're still in it?
Yes, we'll go down the list and we'll go through the 10 questions and see how many they get right out of 10.
Okay.
I've got a correct sounder on my board, but I don't have a buzzer.
I have it.
You have them?
I'll handle it for you.
Beautiful. All right, let's start with Stenslin. You're doing this as well. We're gonna put Dawn to the test. I want Stalker to go to the test as well.
I took it already.
Oh, you did?
Well, I found.
Because he found it. Darn it!
Holy crap!
Oh, you finding it and taking the test are two different things. How am I to arrive at the conclusion that you took said test?
I did take this.
All right.
Said test.
Brian is up first in Wayne. Brian, you're on Talk Radio 1210.
Hi, good morning to you.
Hi, Brian. All right, here we go.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can hear you perfectly.
There we go.
There we go. All right, Brian. Question number 1, and they are multiple choice. I will give you the answers. Let's see here. Which of the following is not a delegated power of Congress? Is it passing federal laws? Is it impeaching and removing the president from office? Is it creating lower federal courts? Or is it negotiating and making treaties?
I'm going to say creating lower courts.
That is incorrect. I will not give the answer because we're going to go through these with other people.
Sure.
So let's move on to question number 2. Which of the following founding principles sits at the heart of the preamble to the Declaration of Independence? Is it natural rights, checks and balances, bicameral legislature, or rule of law?
Natural rights.
Yep. We
That is
the people.
correct. All right, 1 for 2. Question number 3. Which of the following is most clearly outside of Congress's power as delegated by the Constitution? Declaring war after the nation is attacked, passing a tax increase to reduce the nation's deficit, regulating commerce that stays within a single state, or passing a law to further regulate the post office?
4.
That is incorrect. Incorrect.
Sorry.
All right, we're one for 3 so far, but not bad. You still have a chance. Got to run the table, though. Here we go. Question number 4. If the federal government prosecutes...
By the way, can I just say this? There's no way 8th graders are passing this.
There's no shot.
0 chance.
I just dunked on all those 13-year-olds with my 7 out of 10.
100%.
All right, question 4. If the federal government prosecutes a company for using unfair methods of keeping competitors out of the market, which of the following laws would it be enforcing? Is it the Patriot Act? Is it the Sherman Antitrust Act? Is it the Civil Rights Act of 1964? Or is it the Taft-Hartley Act?
Sherman Antitrust Act.
Good.
Boom. All right.
Go. Nice.
So he's got what?
You got to run the table.
That's
now.
2 out of 4.
Yep.
All right. Here we go. Question 5. Which of the following laws best demonstrates the legislative branch checking the executive branch within our system of government? Is it the War Powers Resolution of 73?
1973.
That's correct. Is it the Homestead Act of 1862? Is it the Social Security Act of 1935? Or is it the Voting Rights Act of 1965?
War Powers Act.
Boom. How about that?
Wow.
3 out of 5
Nice.
so far.
Nice.
All right, here we go.
And we know he did not get the answers firsthand because he got a couple wrong.
That's right.
So,
all right, here we go.
Brian and Wayne, a very honest
That's right.
player.
He could max out with 8 if he hits the next 5. Question number 6. Which of the following demonstrates the 12th Amendment at work in a presidential election? All right, these answers are a little bit long, so try to stay with me here. Term limits prevented George Washington from running for president a 3rd time in the election of 1800. Is it B, no candidate won a majority of electoral votes, so the House of Representatives selected the president in the election of 1824? Is it C, the vote counting was too close to call, so the Supreme Court selected the winner in the election of 2000? Or is it D, Rutherford B. Hayes won a majority of electoral votes, but because he did not have a majority in popular votes, he did not win the election of 1876?
Hayes.
Say that again? You said
Hayes.
Oh, you said Hayes.
Rutherford B. Yeah.
Okay, I thought you said A. Nope, that is incorrect. All right, so you can at least tie me if you hit the next 3, Brian.
It was number 2. You got to say what it was.
What? No, we're not saying. Okay.
Oh, sorry. Oops.
Brian's gonna get.
You better keep your mouth closed.
Brian's gonna get the prize because we're
yeah, this is taking.
Brian's being a sweetheart.
So let's see if we can get through these last 3. All right, here we go. Actually, the last 4. Question number 7. You're sitting on 3. You can still time me at 7. Question number 7. What type of congressional committee is permanent? Would it be standing, constitutional, select, or conference?
I'm going to say standing.
You got it. All right,
There
here
we
we go. 3 more to go, and you can tie me with 7 out of 10, which is we've learned this morning is no longer a C. Question number 8, Federalist paper. Oh, I love the Federalist papers. Federalist paper number 62 argues in favor of equal representation of both large and small states in the Senate. How do they argue this arrangement will support the federal structure of the Constitution? Is it A, it makes sure that the interests of all states have an equal voice, regardless of size? Is it B, it helps the Senate make decisions faster by reducing the effects of state population differences? Is it C, it allows larger states to balance out the power of the president in the government? Or is it D, it shows that each citizen has equal power when voting for their senators?
A.
Yes. Boom. All right, here we go.
Wow, look at him.
2 more.
He's going
Chance
to
to tie.
He's going to do as good as you do.
7 out of 10 might be
Maybe.
the benchmark. We'll
Maybe.
see.
7 out of 10.
Here we go. Question number 9. In the Supreme Court case, Texas v. Johnson, 1989, the majority ruled that flag burning, which we've talked about this case on this show, is protected symbolic speech. What was a key argument presented in the dissenting opinion, meaning the differing opinion? Is it A, the dissent emphasized that protecting flag burning would lead to a slippery slope of disrespect towards all national symbols and undermine the rule of law? Is it B, the dissent maintained that all forms of protest, including flag burning, should be restricted to maintain public order and prevent unrest? Is it C, the dissent said symbolic speech should be protected only if it does not provoke strong emotional responses from the public? Or is it D, the dissent argued that the flag represents the values and sacrifices of the nation, and that acts and actions like burning it undermine national unity and respect for democracy?
D.
That is correct. Woo-hoo. Here we go, Brian. Last one.
Yep.
Your chance to tie me with 7. All right. In Common Sense, Thomas Paine argued for American independence from Britain. What was his key argument in favor of the colonies breaking away from British rule? Is it A, he claimed that the colonies' religious and cultural values were at odds with those of Britain, so he made independence necessary? Is it B, he believed that Britain's military presence in the colonies threatened the peace and security of American society? Is it C, he believed that having a king was absurd and useless and that the colonies could govern themselves better without one? Or is it D, he suggested that the colonies would gain immediate military support from other nations if they declared independence from Britain?
C.
Oh,
yeah, there we go. Good job, Brian.
That is correct. 7 out of 10. Brian, I'm going to put you on hold.
Yeah.
Do not hang up. And we're going to make the ruling here. Do we want to?
No.
Are we out of time?
Yeah.
Okay.
We should give Brian the.
Okay, so Brian does get it.
Yeah.
All right. So Brian, you have won the tickets.
Yep. Say it.
Should we else what?
No, I was going to say, should we give the answers to the ones he got wrong?
Yeah. Do you remember which ones he got wrong? That was a long exercise.
It was.
Yeah, I forget. But he got 7 out of 10.
Yep.
What did I get wrong? I got, let's see here.
Let me just go through. Which of the following is not a delegated power of Congress? The correct answer is negotiating and making treaties.
Yes, D.
He got 2.
Natural rights.
Yep.
3 was regulating commerce that stays within a single state.
Yeah, he got that one wrong. Which of the following is most clearly outside Congress's power as delegated by the Constitution? It's regulating commerce that stays with a single state.
It's a little bit tricky because it's regulating commerce. If it's state to state, intrastate, then it would be correct. But it was within a single state. So that one's like a little tricky.
The wording is critical.
Yeah.
Yep.
Which of the following demonstrates the 12th Amendment at work in a presidential election? The answer was B. No candidate won a majority of electoral votes, so the House of Representatives selected the president in the election of 1824. I think those are the only 3 that he got wrong.
Yeah. There you go.
There you go.
Nice work out of Brian.
Brian.
So congratulations. We will have more prizes later this week
and maybe come up with some different ideas to get you involved beyond just the morning mystery movie clip. All right, on the other side, the cut sheet part 2, perhaps a clip or so, and then we'll get to Today in Music History and what's on tap for the Dawn Show. Kayal and Company back after this.
But you have to come away with me to paradise. You may have heard I've fallen in love again with Italia. And now I know why Italy is the most revisited country in the world. I hope you join me next spring on the Italian Riviera. Lorenzo and Romina, yes, they'll be back with us. And once again, Conservative Tours, crafting an itinerary that is sure to just enchant all of us once again. Tuscany, the Riviera, the Northern Italian Lakes region, Cinque Terre, and dining events you'll write home about. 5378, yes, that includes your airfare, Pisa, Michelangelo's Florence, and the fashion capital of Milan. Call toll-free 888-733-9494. You can go to conservativetours.com. Scroll down, you'll see my name, my picture, and then the itinerary. Oh, the luxury hotels, a Mercedes coach, and a tour leader who is absolutely the best. That's Conservative Tours in Italy. A-plus rating with the Better Business Bureau. Charming Siena, home to Il Palio, the medieval Manhattan, San Gimignano, Medina, Lake Como, Vernazza. Join me next spring in Italy. I'll see you in Portofino. ConservativeTours.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Local news can come at you fast. Want the latest on what's happening in your backyard? Download the free Odyssey app. Follow your local news station, and you'll get alerts on the top stories making headlines in your city. You can stay in the know, no matter what you're up to, and be among the first to find out when news breaks. Plus, keep tabs on weather and traffic, so you're never caught off guard. To get started, download the Odyssey app. That's AUDACY, and follow your local news station.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. You may know me from my book, Money Hacks. You may know me from my radio shows. And you may even know me from some of these commercials. But listen, I'm teaching stuff that people need to learn about money. In fact, my favorite topic is money. So go to investorschooling.com and you will learn things about money that you never even knew existed. We will teach you things about real estate, about the stock market, and about how to use your IRAs properly. Go to investorschooling.com and sign up for a complimentary class this Thursday night at 7 o'clock. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Are you tired of hearing about the recession that's coming? Are you prepared for it? Well, listen, at investorschooling.com, we're going to teach you ways to prepare for the recession that you didn't even know existed. We're going to teach you strategies on how to use real estate. We're going to teach you strategies how to use the stock market properly. That's right, you can even make money in the stock market when the stock market goes down. Hey, go to investorschooling.com and register for a free class this Thursday night, and you will learn all of these techniques. Go to investorschooling.com right now, RSVP for this Thursday. We'll see you there.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now.
800-575-6986.
Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
California Psychics is America's most trusted psychic network. But don't take it from us. Take it from our customers.
You know, it was probably the best psychic reading I've ever had.
Thank you, California Psychics. You changed my opinion about getting a reading over the phone.
It was definitely worth it, and I would do it again in a second.
That's because at California Psychics, we only connect you with the best. In fact, we reject 98% of the psychics who apply to us. So we guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And right now, new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20.
I've never had a phone call make me so excited for the future.
So experience the joy of certainty at CaliforniaPsychics.com. Get $5 off with code RADIO5 when you download the app.
Window Nation presents the 1210 WPHT Veteran Spotlight in partnership with the Travis Manion Foundation. Listen the first Wednesday of every month as Kayal and Company shines a spotlight on a local veteran, highlighting their remarkable commitment to the community and their exceptional service in the military. Presented by Window Nation. At Window Nation, there's nothing more important than giving back to the communities we serve. For all of your window and door needs, visit windownation.com. That's windownation.com. Tom Giordano at noon. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
What is on tap for the Dawn Show? We will find out in just about 8 or 9 minutes. Today in music history with Phil Almquist. Sneak in a voicemail or two. But right now we wrap up the cut sheet with some big drama on Saturday.
So, Nick, you can help me with this. So this is Ohio State played Michigan on a Saturday. Unranked Michigan, by the way, defeating number 2 Ohio State. Taking them out of the
Big Ten Championship. Yeah, Penn State's backdoored their way in.
Penn State backdoored their way in. By the way, they will play Oregon, number 1 Oregon?
That's number 1 and undefeated.
Oregon, right here. You can hear it all Saturday night on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. I think the coverage starts at 7:30, so it'll all be here live on 1210 WPHT. But so Michigan wins. They come out with the Michigan flag, and they try and plant it in the middle of the field where the big Ohio State symbol is. Phil, you want to run? Do you want to run that and just show the? See, there we go.
There it comes from the end zone to the 50-yard line. 3 or 4 players. Big maize and blue flag.
And then
kaboom!
Puts it down.
Boom! Stick it in there. Stick the landing. Stick the landing. Here it comes. And
goes down.
All right.
And then you see all the Ohio State players come over and
yes,
it's a big kerfuffle, right?
Big brawl breaks out. You see it there. Some punches being thrown, some shoving, some throwing of other people to the ground. Players, coaches, random people with scarves, winter hats.
So now the report is that somebody got maced?
There's actually video footage. 2 different angles of seeing some sort of sprayed mist.
Okay.
And people are arriving at the conclusion that it was mace and that it was from either campus security or law enforcement, which to me, if it is law enforcement doing that, it feels excessive and egregious. I don't know that you need mace for a situation like that. But my whole thing with that whole thing, and it was the big story, is if you don't like what they're doing, you probably should have fought harder during the game itself. I always love when somebody loses and then puts up a fight afterwards, you know?
Yeah.
But, yeah, it's a little disrespectful. But I don't know that it was ever confirmed that it was pepper spray or mace.
Well, yeah, because you see those two players, they look like they're crying. They're like,
Yes.
their eyes are closed. I don't
Right.
know. So this is Ohio State football coach Ryan Day on his players rushing in to assault Michigan after the defeat. This is what he said.
Yeah, I don't know all the details of it, but I know that, these guys, are looking to, put a flag on our field, and our guys weren't going to let that happen. So, I'll find out exactly what happened, but, this is our field, and certainly, we're embarrassed at the fact that we lost the game, but there's some prideful guys on this team that we're just going to let that happen.
Yeah. You've lost to Michigan 4 straight years, pal. Big buyout coming when you get fired to sit at home. By the way, Baker Mayfield did that years ago for Oklahoma at Ohio State.
Mm-hmm.
It was like 7 or 8 years ago, and he planted the flag.
Oh.
And he got read the riot act for doing so.
Michigan running back Kayal Mulligans, after this all happened, this is what he said. This has got 3.
What's going through your head right now?
Yeah, it was for such a great game. You hate to see stuff like that after the game. It's just bad for the sport, bad for college football. But at the end of the day, some people gotta learn how to lose, man. You can't be fighting this stuff just because you lost the game. All that fighting. We had 60 minutes. We had 4 quarters to do all that fighting, and now people want to talk and fight. That's wrong.
Yep. That's what I said. You had 60 minutes to fight harder. You lost. Deal with it. A little disrespectful, but you know what? Not the end of the world. Yeah. Not the end of the world. By the way, it apparently happened at a lot of the big rivalry games over the weekend. It was like 3 or 4 different games where there was the flag being planted.
Oh, really?
I kind of like it. I'm going to bring the Kayal and Company flag out. I'm going to plant that bad boy at the 50.
By the way, we have people that want to display it on their trucks. So
yes.
You have to bring it in.
Okay. I'll bring it in tomorrow.
Bring it back in tomorrow.
We'll do.
And everybody who emailed me about it, I'll be in touch.
All right.
Let's get to one voicemail.
Yeah, let's do it.
Hate to make this point, but in regards to vaccinations and the outbreak of different diseases, don't be surprised if some people who are coming over the border are bringing some of those diseases with them. They may not have been vaccinated. So
they definitely haven't.
That's one thing that never seems to factor into the equation of outbreaks. It's always blamed on people who say that they're non-vaxxers, things like that, instead of considering that people just have been coming into the country that may not have addressed that issue themselves. Thanks.
Yeah. Great point. It's amazing. Americans get criticized for not taking a vaccine, yet we allow people 15 million in the last 4 years to come across. It's kind of the same hypocrisy with the COVID shot.
Yeah.
Americans had to get the COVID shot. People coming across the border didn't. Yeah. Why the difference there? Makes no sense to me.
Good morning, everyone. Happy Cyber Monday. This is a friendly reminder to all you listeners here at 1210. We can donate to the 5th annual Andy Chan Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation Gala at GregStockerSucks.com.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
What a versatile website.
I love it.
That website's
it really is
great for everything.
It really is. But yes, you can donate the Andy Chan Block Party, December 20th. If you can't go, tickets are only $20. All the money goes to the Families Behind the Badge charity. Make sure you donate. GregStockerSucks.com.
There you go. All right, voicemails in the book as we head to Phil Almquist at 9:51. Fresh off of another Jets loss.
Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, December 2nd, we celebrate the birthdays of Chris Wolstenholme from Muse, who's 46, Nate Mendel from the Foo Fighters, who's 56, Rick Savage from Def Leppard, who's 64, and Britney Spears, who's now 43. We also lost Led Zeppelin's tour manager, Richard Cole, in 2021, Eric Wolfson from the Alan Parsons Project in 2009, and Bobby Keys from the Rolling Stones in 2014. Singers include David Bowie's debut Rubber Band in 66, How Long by Ace in 75, and Black Dog by Led Zeppelin in 71. Albums include Talking Is Hard by Walk the Moon in 2014, Blues and Lonesome by the Stones in 2016, and Quiet Riot 2 by Quiet Riot in 78. Also, and this is where we begin our police blunder today. In 2002, Oasis singer Liam Gallagher was arrested and charged with assault after he kung fu kicked a police officer. In 78, Rod Stewart was topped the UK singles chart with Do You Think I'm Sexy? In 83, MJ's Thriller debuts on MTV. In 2007, Sharon and Ozzy made more than $800,000 for charity after selling off some of their possessions from a former home. In 73, the Who were jailed overnight in Montreal following $6,000 worth of damage at their hotel after their show at the Forum. And on this day in 2003, Darkness singer Justin Hawkins was held for 2 hours at JFK Airport in New York after police mistook him for a wanted man with the same name and looks, and they only let him go after his fiancée produced a tour schedule to prove he was in England when the crime took place. But lastly, in late breaking, AC/DC just announced a summer tour for next year. The nearest show is not Philly, not MetLife Stadium, but Landover, Maryland on May 12th. Tickets go on sale on Friday the 6th. For Kayal and Company, I'm Phil Almquist.
Oh, FedEx Field, that's a dump. That's where the Commanders play.
It is. It's a complete dump.
Unbelievable.
Are you going to that show, Phil?
Probably not, but maybe. I mean, who knows? It's next
AC/DC,
May.
like Brian Johnson and
Yes.
and
Yeah,
Angus.
Brian- Yes, absolutely.
Because I had heard that Axel might be torn with them
Yes,
again.
no, that's fake news.
Okay,
So,
thank you.
Yeah. By the way, just a quick note on Phil's obsession with the Jets. Had to be rough for Phil to go and watch Aaron Rodgers lose yesterday to Geno Smith, who is the former Jets quarterback. And by the way, do you know who was broadcasting the game? Former Jet and Eagle quarterback
not
Mark
only that,
Sanchez.
Not only that, but Leonard Williams, who was drafted by the Jets, had the pick six off of Aaron Rodgers.
Just sell your tickets for groceries. Just enough.
And yet I'm going to Jacksonville in 2 weeks.
God bless you. All right.
Oh, my God.
Dawn Show, top of the hour. What do we have lined up 6 minutes from now, Dawn?
Yeah, we have so much going on. So we have an important trial that we're going to check in with. We have another news of another illegal immigrant, some of those numbers that are coming out. I'll do a little, we'll do a wrap up, if you say, of suburban, the elections, but also which local suburb, Collier County, that went blue, now their tax increase, nearly 30% tax increase. So congratulations. You're going to get what you deserve, apparently. All of that. And we have so much. We're jam-packed. Great guests. Stay tuned.
Dawn Show coming up top of the hour. All right, everybody, have a great rest of your Cyber Monday. Waste all your disposable income with purchases from Amazon, and we will talk to you tomorrow morning at 6 a.m.
Good night, everybody.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. An important message about your timeshare from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. Contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about timeshare cancellation.
Call 800-408-4040. That's 800-408-4040.
Uh-oh, Brad's buzzed.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, he's starting with the woots. And now a speech.
I just want to say that friendship is about heart and brain. Who's with me?
Good thing is, he knows when he's buzzed.